Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Brazy After Dark. Let's have a conversation. Special guests P. Rico and Clark Avenue. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Brazy After Dark. Let's have a conversation. Special guests P. Rico and Clark Avenue. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there is so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. People, I am here and I am back, and I have decided to go ahead and look in the archives and pull out something wonderful for the people to see. I said, I'm here and I am back, and I am pulling out something for the people to see. And so I wanted to go ahead and play this old classic back. I wanted to play this old classic back, and I want you guys to sit back, relax, and listen in, peoples, because this is a treat for all of you on tonight. This is an old classic. And so we're going to get into this, peoples. Without further ado, Brazy After Dark. Let's have a conversation. Special guest P. Rico and Clark Avenue. Let's go. All right, people. So we're here. We're just streaming live with Brazy After Dark. Let's have a conversation. Special guest P. Rico and Clark Avenue. So I'm just streaming his live on my platform. So this is just a video that he's showing. So we're just going to sit back and relax, and we're going to watch. Thank you all for tuning in. You guys go like, subscribe, and to his channel. We are here to support each other. Hello, Hot Chocolate. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hot Chocolate, if you want to come up to the panel and come talk with me and want to kind of have a conversation with what you see and stuff, you're more than welcome. I'm going to put the link in the chat and things. I've already did my live one tonight and things. It was absolutely beautiful. You guys go and check that out and stuff. It was just fantastic. I'm downloading the video now. Crash Course with Edward Joseph, part 1 and 2. And this is just showing you how to make some shorts and, all of that good stuff and things. And so, yeah, guys, go and check that out. But I'm waiting to see what P. Rico and Clark Avenue has to say. You know me, I'm going to shoot my shot tonight. I got some questions and things, and just wanted to kind of just open it up and stuff to kind of get a sense as to where they are in things, and just to see what they will have to say about this Kanika Jenkins case. I am doing absolutely wonderful, Hot Chocolate. Are you at work? Are you at home or just sitting back relaxing? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. I plan on being on there. So I see Lovely got a wrench now. So Brazy is being grateful and thankful and passing out a lot of wrenches tonight. I better be careful. I may end up getting one. No, but that is all good though. I'm so happy to see these things and all. So this is I think I better play some music and stuff. Let me see if I can get a little bit of jam here while we're waiting and things. And watch this great show unfold. So while you guys are waiting around, let me see if I can slap on a little jam. Oh, you're going to come up? Okay, well then I won't play the music then. I was going to sit here and play a little bit of music, but now if you're going to come up, then I ain't going to play the music. Oh man, snap! How did he? He did some great things. How did he get Latoya to be his moderator? Wow. Well, we really have put things behind us and stuff. Latoya Slater used to be my moderator on my channel. Her and Brazy. Wow. Okay, so that's good. I'm glad that she finally come around and we can politic. All right, people, that's my cue. That's my cue. Let me go on over there and do what I do and stuff. So I'm gonna mute my thing over here, but you guys should be able to still hear.
I don't know if his link is working. I clicked it, but it's not working. Okay, you're now a standard moderator for this channel. Oh, okay. So he made me a moderator of the channel. All right. Wow. Okay. Well, I want to come up to the panel. Let me see. Trying to see. Nope, that's not happening. So let me see here. Let me go ahead and take a look at something here, peoples. So you guys are still seeing it. Okay, that's good. As long as you guys still seeing it. So I'm gonna wait 1 minute and things, and let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna work like that, but I'm gonna close that. Hello, hot chocolate. How are you, Melman? It's a blessing to see you on tonight.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Let me turn up my volume. Hold on for 1 second.
All right.
All right, what's going on, Mel? Oh, I like that picture that you put up right here.
Thank
That's
you.
nice. Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
is really nice.
I usually design my own pictures. The ones that you see that's not like regular though. They're usually my design, but anywho, I'm I'm been a little excited. My son graduated this weekend, so I've just been a little excited about that, but still trying to follow this case that's never ending and something new is always coming up. So just trying to follow it and live life at the same time.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that one. Yeah, the case has really taken a dramatic turn in things. I mean, especially from the things that I have been doing and all. I'm so happy and excited and stuff because, like I say, I'm still here and I'm still pressing. But even though still here and still pressing, we had a panel and we were able to just sit down and play off of each other and kind of listen into what each other's thoughts and views was and stuff. And I tell you, it was very interesting to uh to have that,
Right.
have that discussion and things because I understand everybody has their different narratives, and I respect that. I respect everybody's narratives and things of that nature. Like I say, I have my own point of view when it comes down to this case, and I'm not going to I'm not going to stray away from the various things that I believe unless you know unless I am
Right. Have
someone.
have like bulletproof evidence of something, or yeah, or real evidence instead of just I don't know. This case has taken so many twists and turns over the last 6.5 years. It's going on 7, and it's just crazy because it's one that I thought maybe someone would just speak upon and things will be breaking and it will be all type of breaking news and stuff like that. But unfortunately, we have not got to that point yet, and I'm not quite sure if we ever will. But I still have faith that justice is possibly could get served. It's just Man, there's been so many roller coasters to this, and so many twists and turns, and different connections, and you know, finding out certain things that is just crazy, and seeing things that was right before our faces, but we kind of like got blindsided by other things. So I don't know. It's just one of those things that we probably gonna be waiting for, for a while. I mean, especially now that, the mom has gotten a settlement and stuff like that and sealed everything up so we can't see what's really going on. So I'm not quite sure I'm still J for K always, but it's just not happening in the time span that I thought maybe one day somebody will speak up on their deathbed or something. I'm not quite sure, but I hope something happens soon.
Yeah, I still think that regardless of all of the things that's going on, I still believe that something is going to come out. I
Yeah,
still believe that somebody is going to come out at some point in time. When, I don't know. Uh, the only thing I can do, as well as many others, we can just continue to keep her name alive. Keep pushing.
exactly. I
Keep
will
pushing.
forever do that because this has been one of the most just shocking cases ever. And then to have so much evidence and then video proof that there
Yo,
was
yo, what's
some
the
that
word, everybody?
hello.
I see I got a few people in here. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to Brazy After Dark. Y'all know what it is, man. Let
Okay,
me
let me
see.
see if I
Shout
can
out to
go.
Lovely Gibbon. Shout out to Angie BZ. Latoya Slater, where you been at? Shout out to Latoya. Grit Grind. Let me go ahead and put y'all shit at the top of the screen. You feel me? At the bottom of the screen. What's going on though?
Let me see
I'm
if I
waiting for a
can
few
chime
people to get
in
in here.
on
You know what I'm
the chat.
saying?
Right.
But until then, we're gonna talk a little shit. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about what we looking at right now though. I know a lot of people have saying that, I'm just going over this shit, years later,
The
just
link is
really
not
trying to
working,
get a better
so
understanding. Because, like I say, we know Teresa won a court case,
I'm gonna try one more time.
and we'll give her that. But at the end of the day, it was still a lot of us that want to know, what happened or try to figure it out. So I invited a few people who I feel like could really, sit back and give us a better understanding on how they felt about it and what they saw. So, you know, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Ain't this shit crazy how friends just floating around everywhere though? Everywhere.
The link is not.
I was really just trying to watch his movements, you know what I'm
The
saying?
link is only
I've been on
just
France,
sending me back to
but a
his
lot of
channel.
things we
I
got to
don't
pay
think
attention to when
it's
it comes
sending
down to
it
this
to the
case.
live.
And the reason why
Right.
I'm looking at France is because, it bothers me to this day. Like Lenora said she didn't get a text message, but clear as
Okay,
day,
what's going
obviously
on?
these people are asking you this for a reason, because they know they know a text went out to you. And she instantly said she didn't know nothing about this text. But clear as day, you was able to give the police information as far as two contacts that was in Kanika's phone, and this is in the reports, you know what I mean? She gave out two contacts. She said contacts 3 and 4, and they're from out of town and they should be at the party. So when they ran these guys' number, one of the guys, they talked to him and he explained that he already talked to law enforcement. He talked to the police, and basically, in so many words, he ain't got nothing to say, But And they left him alone. They left him alone. You know, he was already out of town. He was gone. He was already gone where he was at. So it always bothered me because if Leonora could sit back and tell them, I need you to look at contacts 3 and 4 in my sister's phone, 2 guys that was from out of town, they should, you know, they was gonna be there at the party or whatnot, whatever the case may be. And then when they turn around and track these guys down, and it's a whole white man that we don't even know about. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to say white because I don't even know his nationality. You know what I'm saying? But he looked like he could be Caucasian or something else, you know. But when they turned around and, you know, she told them to call, you know, these 2 people. And when they
that's weird.
looked for this man, and this man, you know what I'm saying, he was a whole nother nationality, didn't even look like he's supposed to even been with Monifa. Went to Lenora house before they left and went to the hotel. You know, you know, Kanika changed into the Blue Jean outfit. Lenora did her hair, you know, like what we seen, you know, on footage. She even spruced Monifa hair, you know what I'm saying? Monifa said she flat ironed my hair, whatever the case may be, she did her hair. What was the conversation? Because if we think about it, if they had a conversation about contacts 3 and 4 in Kanika's phone, the only people would know would be Monifa, Kanika, and Lenora. You know, that's a fact. And when I just hear Monifa scream out, I told her mama everything. I ain't got to tell y'all shit. Then when I sit back and I think about the fact that he attacked Monifa, they ain't whooped the ass, they ain't did nothing. You know what I'm saying? Obviously she did tell them something to for them not to, you know, be doing nothing to her. And I say that because if Monifa had something to do with it, why would she go to the grave site every year this girl's birthday? You know what I'm saying? Why would she go to the grave site? Why would she sit back and put flowers down? It's like taunting somebody's death. You know what I'm saying? People will kill you behind that shit. Family members, shit like that in Chicago, motherfuckers will kill you. You know what I'm saying? You playing with somebody's death. So to sit back and look at how she does this and how you don't, you know, you ain't heard about nothing happening with her as far as the family. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they still live on the same side of, well, probably still live on the same side of town if Teresa ain't moved and, you know, living somewhere else different, somebody's suburb. But other than that, Monifa was not touched. You know what I'm saying? Even after Kanika's death, we seen different fights with even Shemaya fighting in the mall and fighting all other places. We seen Irene fighting Kanika's old friend, you know what I'm saying? Abriana Cotton, you know what I'm saying? All these different people. So Monifa was not touched. So that make me believe she actually did tell Kanika mama, you know, situation due to the fact she was at Lenora's house with Kanika and they conversated about number 3 and 4 in her sister's phone. Then let's make it make sense. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on. My son's singing. Hold on, y'all.
So, Hot Chocolate, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, contacts 3 and
Okay.
4. I'm
So
not quite sure. I don't,
these
you
people,
know, I don't
whether
know
Kanika was
about
gonna get up,
contacts
you know,
3
with
and
him,
4, but
and I hate to say it, you know, whether she was finna,
obviously
you know, some little transaction,
real
even if
people,
Monifa
and
was finna get up with this man, you know what I'm
they
saying?
had something to do with it. If she
Somebody
pointed out
was
these
finna get up
contacts
with
in his
this
phone
man
and they from out
because
of
this man
town,
was actually at the hotel and he did reach
that's
out
crazy.
to everybody. You know what I'm saying? They did reach out to him.
And then there's no telling who contacts 3 and 4 is. Like, I don't know. It's, you know, everything is, like I said, we have our perception of what
Yeah, and they did reach out. Like I say, they was able to contact him. He was obviously he was there. You know what I'm saying? He didn't deny that he was there. You know, but shit, like he said, he ain't really got nothing to say. He already said what he had to say to the, you know, to the cops.
Right.
But it gave me a better understanding when you got everybody saying Monifa took her out the room, right? And then you turn around and you got Shemaya saying I came in And Monifa came in behind me saying she don't know what Kanika at. Check this out. That's a goddamn lie.
Right.
That's a lie. Ain't nowhere in hell you don't know what Kanika at.
She knew
But
damn well where Kanika
I
was.
tell you this. Whatever that conversation was at Lenora, how sure Teresa, because she had to know after the shit that went to Lenora, got to tell her. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure somebody knew what was going on between that situation. Now, I'm not gonna sit back and I can't confirm it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not just gonna make up no crazy narrative. But if I could try to piece things in my head, if I, try to look at it a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the same city, coming from this place where I know how shit be going. Monifa or Kanika was finna get up with this man. You see what I'm saying? Somebody was getting up with this man. And this what can't be told. You know what I'm saying? This what can't be told. The girls looking confused like a motherfucker. All they saying is, hey, motherfucker, hey, Monifa, we see you take out the room. They standing on it. You know what I'm saying? And she taking all the flat. I told her mama everything. Like her mama and her sister, basically. I told them everything. And that made total sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if you told them, then this is why Lenora is reaching out, telling the police to look for contact 3 and 4. And it leads back to this man because you told them. But then my thing is this. Who seen y'all in that hall? This is why I'm looking at France. This is why I got this motherfucker on the screen. This is why we've been looking at him the whole time. Because France went up there with pillows. He steady going up and down this elevator. You know what I'm saying? They say he came up on the floor twice. You know what I'm saying? So let's make it make sense. In the act, did he see Kanika dipping off with this man and watch the cameras once anything was over with and saw her motherfucking walking through these hallways because she was already messed up? You know what I'm saying? Did this man give her something that messed her up? You know what I mean? Something took place, you know? First, I looked at her like, well, damn, Monifa, did you dip with somebody and leave Kanika with the security guard? Like she was going to be all good? Was Kanika right there waiting on you while you was doing something?
Remember the text message
security guard, because all Monifa say is, I ain't blame none of y'all. I blame. Let's make that make sense. You know, it's a reason you standing on blaming the hotel enough to, you know, look at it like that, I feel like. And that's what I'm saying. LaToya, people will sit at the funeral. A motherfucker sit at your funeral, a motherfucker will hug your mama. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, I feel like even if so, it's like she still wasn't, I don't, it's like I don't see they. Come on, it's like, come on, LaToya. And LaToya, you know what's so crazy? Coming from you, because I know, you know what I'm saying, I know you from the past, and I know, you know what I'm saying, how you cut and who you know. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say that. So I can respect that coming from you. But it's like, it bothered me when Lenora was asked, you know what I'm saying, about this text message. And then it's like, how was you able to point them to 3 and 4? Like, why would you, like, who is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, who was 3 and 4 for you to direct them to them and state? I mean, when you look in the paperwork, it state that they was going to be at the party and, you know what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. Lovely, give me, you said, here's my thing. Shamaya went to get the shit. She probably wait. But see, it's still this though. Why do contacts 3 and 4? Why are they being talked about? Why was that even involved in the first place? You know what I'm saying? it makes me feel like in the midst of France going back and forth up and through these hallways, he either seen them, you know what I'm saying? He either seen them or seen something that made him think, oh, okay, that's how they, that's how they plan it. You know what I mean? Or did Kanika actually get up with this man and this man took her to France? Like she messed up. So it's like, it was a reason they sent France ass out the country. You know what I'm saying? You go out the country, shit, you can't be touched. So I don't know. I just, I've been looking at it. It's tripping me out. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got my I got my guest supposed to be coming through. You know what I mean? That's what I'm waiting on. They're gonna pop up though. But I felt, man, he was around for a while. You know what I'm saying? And then my boy Clark, that's my day. That's my day one homie. You know what I'm saying? He we always did our thing. You know what I'm saying? So give me a minute. I'm gonna get some shit situated and we're gonna get straight to the business. Straight to the business.
Now, see, people, you guys know me. You know that I am going to be here, and I'm going to shoot my shot. And again, everybody has their narrative. Everybody has their opinion, thoughts and views, theories, as it comes down to the Kanika Jenkins case, and I respect that. I respect that. Now, do I always agree with it? No, I don't. But I respect it, because we all are going to see this case in a different lens. It's just in however you look at it. Yeah, just however you look at it. Everybody is suspect to me. Everybody that was in this case is suspect to me. And I just view this thing a little different than what everybody does. Now, see, the way that I view it is that when people say certain things about this case and they try to put certain things together, my only question is how did it happen? How did it happen? Because the end result is you see her in the freezer. That's the end result. You see her in the freezer. So it's no doubt about that she was in the freezer. Now, everybody tends to have a difference in opinion on how she got there or when she got there. But it's no doubt, and I think that we all can agree that was her in the freezer. I think everybody is in agreement with that. Now, I don't think everybody is in agreement with how she got there. And see, me, it's just not as cut as dry to me. Now, I'm not speaking about anybody else. And I'm not downing anybody else's opinion, thoughts, or views. I'm just speaking towards me, about me, and the way that I view this now. You can look at the timeline, but the timeline is not really going to tell you anything, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, if truth be told, we've gotten so many different narratives and so many different timelines and so many different, different things that they had imputed in this case. Whether you go by the case files, whether you go by the people's narratives, the people's conversations and posts, and all of this stuff, everything is different. It is no set and cut and dry narrative that would just say, okay, well, it happened just like this. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. And if you really do any type of research and you look at, see, I look at the thing as a whole and not just as a little piece and then trying to build a narrative around that. No. You got to encompass everything, because it's what they said is what makes a difference. And in the beginning, the family stated, this is the family statement. The family stated that Kanika Jenkins was missing more than, meaning above 36 hours. More than 36 hours. It could have been 40 hours. It could have been 48 hours. But Kanika Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours. That's the family statement. That's what they said. That is what was written. And it doesn't matter how you look at this case, that is what is. That's what they said. So you can say whatever you want to say, but I'm always going to refer back to that, because that is what they said. It ain't what Edward Joseph said. It's what they said. They said that Kanika Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report. Now, if you look at just that on its face value, peoples, it could not have been on September the 8th or September the 9th, because that's not more than 36 hours. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? September the 8th and September the 9th, it's not more than. It's not even 36 hours. From September the 8th to September the 9th, people, it's not 36 hours. And then when we look at September the 8th, if we go with their narrative, she was there at about what? What time? Because if we go with their narrative, she didn't come in until about 1:13 in the morning. So that wasn't even on September the 8th. It was already in the morning of September the 9th. So I don't even know where September the 8th came from. I mean, everybody's saying that, well, she left her house at 11 o'clock and, all like this and so on and so forth and things. But when it comes down to the establishment, according to their narrative, Kanika was not there on the 8th. She was there on the 9th, the morning of the 9th. And so that is not more than 36 hours. Hello, Keisha. Special K is in the house. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. So, peoples, help me to make that make sense. Because see, the thing is, I'm not going by what I say, and I'm not going by what I think. I'm just going by what was written and what was given. Now, if we go by what was written and what was given in the case files, it ain't never mentioned anything about the 8th. because it stated that Kanika Jenkins came to the establishment on the morning of September the 9th, 2017 at 1:13 in the morning. Now you guys can go and say, oh, well, she was going and drink some beer, or she was going to get a brew, or a Bud Light, or whatever, a Monster. But really, to me, that doesn't factor in anything for me. That it doesn't mean anything for me. The thing is that if we are going by the case file said that she was there on September the 9th at 1:13. Period. That's what it says. That's what it said. It said that she was there at the establishment at 1:13 in the morning. So that totally goes against what the family statement was, because the family statement says that she was there. That she was missing more than 36 hours. That was the family statement, peoples. So you can get mad at me. You can argue with me up and down. It really doesn't matter to me, because, again, I told you, I'm only going to go by what they said. And that's what they said. That was in the case files. So if Kanika came to the establishment at 1:13 in the morning and then walking the halls of that establishment at about 2:30, peoples, that is just 1 hour. That is just about 1 hour and 15 minutes. And if you really get technical, it's only just about an hour, or probably even less than an hour, because it took them a little bit of time to get to the room. So from 1:13 walking in to about 2:30, when she was supposed to be getting off the elevator and walking the halls at that establishment, that is only 1 hour, peoples. Because we can hypothetically speak that she made it to the room about 1:30. So from 1:30 to 2:30, she's walking the halls of that establishment. That's only 1 hour. 1 hour. So how in the hell did Kanika be seen by a lady? Because remember, the lady had walked in and talked to TM and said that, I've seen your daughter on the 11th floor with a couple of guys and a couple of girls. That's what the lady told TM. Y'all remember that, right? Then Irene's slide was supposed to happen. And then TY's slide was supposed to happen. So how did Kanika get hooshed up on any type of barbiturates, and all of Irene's live and TY's live happen, and then this girl walk into the establishment at 1:13, and then at 2:30 something, she's walking the halls of that establishment? Help me to make that make sense. So that is about an hour time from the time to when she supposedly had walked in to the time to then she's walking the halls of that establishment. And then all of this other shit was supposed to go on. You hear Monifa, you hear Shemaya, you hear Irene, you hear Bree, you hear the other people at the establishment stating, yeah, I seen Kanika. And then you have all of the other people in at the party and stuff, and everybody is given a different narrative. So who do you believe? And what do you believe? Who is going to be so credible? See, that's the way that I think, peoples. See, you guys get caught up into your own narrative. You guys get so caught up into thinking that it just has to be this way because of the way that the video footage is designed. Peoples, this video footage is not in chronological order. It's not. You can't really go by this timeline that they gave you. All of this shit was all twisted and turned and mixed up in things. They gave you what they wanted you to know and wanted you to have and wanted you to believe. They gave it to you. They gave it to you. And do you think that all of this stuff happened within an hour's worth of time, peoples? I mean, I just want you to think about that for one moment. Take the time to think about that for one moment. You only got one golden hour for all of this stuff to happen. And then you're telling me that everything in this Kenneka Jenkins case happened within 1 hour's time. All right, peoples. I just want you to think about it. Now let's listen in to what is being spoken. Let's go.
I'm gonna try again to try to get on to the panel. The link that he sent only allows me to go to his channel and not to the live. So I was trying to text him to drop the link again. But it's not.
So
I got a
Pepsi, I see
question.
you in here. You said, "But right, lovely," because Shamaya walked back in after Monifa is crazy. Yeah, I looked at that shit too. Like, I mean, that's crazy. But then it's like, how long? It's like she try. It's like, to me, I something right. Say they little statements to shit, defending themselves because they getting into it. It's like you got Shamaya. And listen to him in order. Listen to him in order. Listen to Irene, because that's gonna be the person who basically felt like they didn't leave the room. They was with their people. Then turn around and listen to Shamaya. You got and do it in order. Listen to Shamaya and what she's saying. And then listen to Monifa, what she's saying. But then when Monifa sit back and say, she drunk she was, and she was drunk, Lord, I was drunk, I don't remember. I don't give a fuck how drunk you is, man. I don't give a fuck how drunk you is. You know if somebody that walked off with somebody. This your partner since y'all was kids. You gonna know if whoever 3 and 4 was, they probably got some pull somewhere, and that's why. But what I'm saying is, contacts 3 and 4. Lenora stated to look at contacts 3 and 4. They from out of town, and they supposed to have been at the party. This is what she said. 3 and 4. When they look up 3 and 4, a white man with a bald head pull up.
Now, that is what she said. You just heard him, right? That's what she said. Lenora had said, look up 3 and 4. Why would Lenora go and tell them to look up 3 and 4? Why? And how would Lenora know who the contact 3 and 4 is? Unless what? She knew. She knew. See, people, you guys ain't listening. You guys are not listening. Why would Lenora say to the police, look at contacts 3 and 4 in my sister's phone? Did Kanika have them as contact number 3 and contact number 4? Why would Lenore say that in the first place? I just want you to think about that for one moment. I mean, that is just so odd. Totally odd. Her sister is supposed to come up missing, and they're not supposed to know anything about it, but yet she say, look at contacts 3 and 4. Why? Did you think that number 3 and 4 had anything to do with it? Because obviously 3 and 4 must be important for her to even open up her mouth to even say something like that. Just because 3 and 4 was at the party, what does that mean? It meant a hell of a lot to her because she said, look up number 3 and 4 in the phone. So, see, people, see, this is what I said. You got to look at everything. Got to look at everything, and everything counts. So the question is, again, why would Lenora go ahead and say, look at contacts 3 and 4? So the question is, did TM know who 3 and 4 was? Somebody knew something. Why would Lenore say that?
Now, I ain't gonna lie. I looked at it in so many ways. You feel me? I looked at it in so many ways. I sat back and I said, well, damn, I know when people be getting them burner phones, you know what I'm saying? They be in people names and shit. Did it come back to, to being this person name or something? And but then it's like shit, they contacted him from the number. They called the number and it was him. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, y'all. Yeah, man. So like I say, I looked at that, man, like, damn, that's crazy. Let me for a loop, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit, it was something I didn't understand. But hold on. Let me drop this link real quick. Okay. And cousin and boyfriend, but I talk about that another time. Hey, we definitely got to talk about that though. Did that happen in Chicago? What happened at? Definitely got to talk about. Do y'all think Kanika was? Do y'all think she was dead before? Like I say this right. They said they told what was Sunday. They supposed to have found the body or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Told Sunday, right? Sunday, that's when everybody came up there, right? So when you look at it, if everybody came up that Sunday, and if Kanika supposed to came up missing on the 8th going into the 9th, which would have been Friday, and we see footage of her walking in the freezer or towards the freezer, whatever the case may be, wee hours in the morning, freezer or towards the freezer, whatever the case may be, wee hours in the morning, going into 3-something in the morning, right? And then y'all love her. The pictures look like Kanika died going into Sunday morning. You know what I'm saying? Wee hours Saturday, Saturday morning or something. Because them pictures was too fresh. The pictures was too fresh. For real. Okay. Let me add my boy P. Rico to the stage, man. Add him to the stage real quick. He just popped in. Yo,
y'all, what's good, bro? Can you hear me?
can
you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It ain't got your avatar. Hold on, let me see, because it ain't got your avatar popping up. What you say now?
I said, can you hear me?
Okay, I'm gonna sit back and watch. So let me just share the screen this way.
Shit, man. Sitting back.
Politicking,
man, seeing what's going on.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, listen to this crazy shit on the radio at work.
Oh, shit. Ain't no more crazy than the shit we talking about. Talking about this crazy-ass hotel playing games, man.
Crown Plaza.
Let me ask you something, right? Yeah, man. Let me ask you something, right? I'm talking about, like, bro, when y'all stepped out there, right? Did you ever get a chance to see France anywhere? Or like the security, you know what I'm saying? Did you ever get a chance to see any of them anywhere?
When I was out there, I seen Monique for them. I did see that security that was highly talked about too, but it was like one of those. He came out trying to like sneakily on the side, and when I ran up over there and told everybody else that that's that security dude, he ran his ass back in. So yeah, I did see him. That was the security dude that supposedly had left out of town or something.
Okay, so let me say for the book and for the record, people, just because this gentleman was there at the establishment for the protest does not give him validity upon anything about this case. He ain't no different than nobody else. He was just there at the protest. He was just there at the protest, but that's it. That's all. So his opinion is just his opinion. He can't validate anything in this case other than his opinion is his opinion. We ain't seen him on video footage inside the establishment. He ain't been at the party. So his opinion, again, is just his opinion.
Do you understand what I'm saying? See, people like to do clout status just because they were there. But he was there, but he wasn't there at the time to when Kanika came up missing. He wasn't there at the party. He was at the protest. But this was after the fact. So I just wanted to throw that little tidbit out there. Okay? I just want to throw that little tidbit out there. Let's listen in, peoples.
Yeah, France Cave.
Yeah, I seen him.
Yeah.
And
That
I
shit
think
crazy, man. Who else you see?
I seen Monifa as I think I was there when she had got locked up. She put on that little fake ass little front. So
What she get locked up? Now, so she got locked up for what? Getting into it with the Rosemont police officers?
yeah, cause she stopped in the street or some shit and they cuffed her up, locked her up. That's when Lamont supposedly had got locked up too, and they supposedly had that conversation out. And that's when I had a live and I called her out and she supposedly jumped on my live and Lamont, you know, tried to that's when shit was just beginning, you know.
Hold on. Edward, if you in the building, come back up. Cause it said something when I tried to press you in, it wouldn't let me let you in. Try to see if you come back in. No, you say so. Let me ask you this though, right? Because you felt so strong about Monifa. What made you feel strong about her like that? Like she really like had something to do. Was it the fact that everybody said she left? She was the last person with her, like she took out the room, or it's just the look in her eyes?
Shit, when we like feel shit, and she just had that feel to her to where she a snake ass bitch, and I'm knowing she's a snake ass bitch just by looking at her, feeling out her demeanor and what she about. It don't matter what the internet say about her. It's about what you feel about her if you was to get to have met her. So when I just seen her on site, I just knew she a setup type bitch. I just felt it, like like how these little girls is nowadays. The setup is real now, but back then it was hard for us to understand who a setup bitch was. But looking at Monifa, you could just tell what she was about.
I promise you, peoples, I'm going to let this thing play. I promise you. But see, I just have to say something because I feel you know me. I can't just sit here and just be silent and stuff. And I am going to chime out because I am going to say something and things. Um, you know, I get it. Everybody has something to say about Monifa. Everybody had something to say about all of these girls and so on and so forth. But then my question is this. My question is simply this, and this is why I want to get this brother back up on the live and things and stuff. What validates his claim? Just because he said it, just because he felt it, that validates his claim. He had it in for Monifa from day one. He ain't talked about Irene. He ain't talked about Shemaya. He ain't talked about Bree. It was always Monifa. Monifa this, Monifa that. Like Monifa was really had all of this power to do all of this different stuff. Really? I mean, come on, people. Think about that for one moment. Understand how old Monifa was back then and how ditzy and how dunce she was. But he's giving this girl way too much credit. Like Monifa really had that much power to manipulate and to do all of this stuff. Monifa is who she is. She's who she is. But let's listen to this, people. So I promise you. I promise you, people. So I'm going to let it play. I promise you. Let's listen in.
When you went to that funeral,
yeah, then especially
I remember we talked about it. You was like,
the laughing. It was just the laughing that was getting to me. Like, I understand that, you know, the crying and the laughing, you probably laughing because your emotions is all over the place. But come on, man. You drunk, you lit. I smell the liquor in your breath. So it's like, why you laughing? Why is this a laughing situation to you? I ain't find nothing funny. And I just knew. Even when I gave her that hug, I just knew she knew something else. She wasn't telling. And then how she get all this money supposedly afterwards. She was online stunned with a whole lot of money. Meanwhile, her friend gone.
and it just left at that. Meanwhile, your friend gone and shit. You sitting back chilling. But it bothered me because I'm like, I'm looking. You say what now? I ain't gonna even lie. I ain't gonna even lie, man. I'm trying to make sure we good. We good so we can have us a good live, man. You know what I'm saying? This Brazy After Dark, man. I ain't got time for the everything to be messing up. So if y'all hear a few adjustments, don't worry about it, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything gonna be right. You know what I'm saying? How it be right. Just stay up in here. We all good. But no, I'm saying it's just it tripped me out because it's like I sit back and everybody looked at Monifa, and it wasn't because a certain motherfucker said it wasn't because she was the last person to leave out with her. It was because she's just a grimy person. Exactly. A lot of people said that.
Exactly. Shit. Fuck is that girl? The one who
yeah, a lot of people.
The one who was wearing the glasses that was up, and I forgot her name. It's been so long, bro. But when I was working at
Irene.
Irene, there you go. When I was working at Circle K gas station, Irene and Monifa supposedly had got into it. And Irene was saying a lot of shit about Monifa, saying that, you know, she left her friend and she get bitches killed, all type of shit. You know, it's a lot of Chicago shit that happens behind the scenes without the internet knowing, because motherfuckers don't post on the internet. You got to be like physically there to hear what they be saying. So, you know, when she said that, I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Do the internet know about this? And when I was on live and stuff like that, nobody apparently ain't know about it. So it was just a shocker to me. But yeah, when they get under pressure, when they get into it with each other, you know, they gonna snitch.
Let me ask you this, right? I want to clear up a few things, right? Because you know you got a few YouTubers out here that's saying a few things and they misleading the public. So for a person like you that was there, you know what I'm saying, as far as protesting, you got locked up, you know what I'm saying? Shit, them people made you lose your job, you know what I'm saying? You went through hell, you know what I'm saying, trying to, you know, put up a fight for Kanika, you know what I'm saying?
Shit, I did jail time.
Let alone dealing with all. So a lot of people bring up the Marriott Hotel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, for a person who actually stood on.
My bad for cutting you off. Go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Because I know you could have. Hey, no, I'm just saying, because I'm like, how was she even at the Marriott, or you know what I'm saying, this party out west and all this crazy shit? You got there standing on ground.
I'm gonna stop that right now, because look, everybody that's on this live, I want y'all to understand this. When this story first broke out, a lot of YouTubers looked at this as a way to get popular, gang attention, and get money. Everybody was playing First 48, trying to solve this case. A lot of people flew from their prospective countries and where they was from to come out here to protest. Those are the real ones who came out here physically to protest. Now, the ones that stayed behind the scenes mentally was the ones that was continuing to get paid off Kanika and off me being a kid at the time by encouraging their bullshit and me arguing with them. I was getting them paid too from that. And everybody couldn't say that I'm not the reason why they got popular. I'm the reason why they ass got more popular because I was sitting here arguing with their ass most of the day, every damn day.
All right, so people, I'm going to have to interject now. I get it. Yeah, a lot of people were getting paid and stuff. I haven't gotten paid off the Kanika Jenkins thing. I've been on Facebook for well over 3 years, well before I even came to YouTube. And then when I came to YouTube, I still been talking about the Kanika Jenkins case. I've been arguing with everybody. I haven't been monetized. I haven't been getting paid. I've been putting my narrative out there now. He may not like it from the things I've been saying, but then again, like I said before, you know, instead of wanting to put people down and talk about people and stuff, have a conversation with me. This is what these YouTubers won't do. They won't have a conversation with me, a heart-to-heart conversation. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about the evidence. Let's talk about what they said. Let's talk about what they did. Let's talk about it. But instead of talking about it, people all the time got some shit to say. I'm not from Chicago. Thank you, Jesus. I don't understand Chicago, Lily Lango, and all of what happens out there. But I don't have to be from Chicago to get an understanding about this case. Just because you're from Chicago, what does that mean to me? It don't mean jack shit to me. You live the life. Who gives two rats asses? I don't live the life. But the life ain't got shit to do with Kanika. It ain't got a goddamn thing how you live your life in Chicago. The shit that you did in your life ain't no reflection on what Kanika did. It ain't no reflection. I get tired of people sitting here. Well, goddamn it, I'm from Chicago. I know the streets. I know this and that. Here. Who gives two rats asses? Yo, Chicago, whatever you do out there ain't got shit to do with this case. Because not everybody in this goddamn case was ghetto fabulous. They didn't act ghetto fabulous. They didn't act like street niggas, talking ebonics and talking all that yin-yang type of bullshit and nonsense. Hey, bro, man, what it be like and blah, 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 and, like that and stuff. Nah, these was just down-to-earth girls who came to a party, they came to celebrate. And then all of the other people. And everybody in their own unique way throwing up gang signs and doing all that gang type of bullshit and nonsense. But what's that? What does that mean? Because you're from Chicago, what does that mean? What does that mean to me? What does that mean to this case? Because how you live your life ain't got shit to do with what Kanika did, what Shemaiah did, what Irene did, what Monifa did, what anybody else did. You going to jail ain't got shit to do with this case. Ain't got shit to do with this case. We got murders out here in California. We got people that die every day. It's always going to be a hood in your neighborhood. It's always going to be somebody who's going to be less fortunate out there on the streets, killing, robbing, murdering, and doing all like that and stuff. Chicago just happens to be a mecca to where they do all of that shit even more so than they do here. But the same shit that happens out there happens out here. But it just happens out there on a greater scale. So just because you from Chicago, what does that mean to me? I don't have to have, and I don't have to know Chicago politics to talk about this case. Because all of that shit that happens out there in Chicago ain't had shit to do with this goddamn case. It ain't had shit to do with it. You didn't see Kanika and Monifa, Shemaya, and all of them throwing up gang signs. And even after, you didn't see them throwing up gang signs. You didn't hear them talking, hey, nigga. And talking about sucking dick and all of this shit. Cussing and doing all of this crazy madness and stuff that you Chicagoans do. You didn't see that. So what the fuck does you being from Chicago have anything to do with this goddamn case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because these girls, they may have been ghetto, but they didn't act ghetto on film. They didn't act ghetto on film. They didn't act like some of those suckers out there. Some of those nasty girls with a nasty ass mouth. That wasn't Kanika. People kill me because they think that they know Kanika better than anybody else. Just because they're from the same city, same town, same state. Who gives a fuck? What does that have to do with anything? Not a goddamn thing. Everybody will have their own assessment of Kanika. Everybody. People will look at this girl in a different lens. Some of you think that she's an angel. Some of you think that she's a freak. Some of you think this and this and this and this and this. But however you think, that is your own personal opinion. And it's not reflective of her life, what she has done, or anything. And to be honest with you, TM doesn't even give two rats' asses what I think either. Just like I don't give two rats' asses what you think. But I'm always going to sit here and I'm always going to talk my shit. That's for sure, for sure. I'm always going to sit here and talk my shit. I'm always got something to say. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you being from Chicago, you being from the hood, you being for the streets ain't got shit to do with shit. It ain't got nothing to do with this goddamn case. And it especially ain't got nothing to do with how Kanika lived. All right, people, so I got to take my son home. So y'all won't be hearing from me for about an hour. But I'll be back. Jenna to you, B had said, yeah, but she said the real people was out there protesting. Monifa was out there too, so why she couldn't be real too? Irene and Shemaya wasn't there protesting. Irene and Shemaya wasn't even at the gravesite. Irene and Shemaya wasn't, and Bree didn't even come to the event that TM had. See, you know, he's got a thing about Monifa, and he's been on Monifa's shit since day one. And I got tired of him putting this girl down and him boosting his ass up as he's some type of real nigga. Well, he may be a nigga. He may have went to jail. He may have done all of these things. But see, the thing is, people, it ain't had shit to do with Monifa, Shemaya, Irene, or Bree. It was his ass being out there being stupid, doing that ghetto fabulous madness that got his ass in trouble. It ain't got nothing to do with these girls. Just a ghetto ass nigga. That's all. See, people's when people get into trouble and stuff, they all the time want to clout and stuff. Yeah, I've been to jail, I've been to prison, I've been this and that. Who gives a fuck? I've never been there. So who gives a fuck? I don't live that type of lifestyle. So who gives a fuck? I was too busy raising my children than to be running my ass in the streets. Gina to you said I think they equally may know something more, all girls, but Monifa was protesting too. Well, you know, my take is this, peoples. My take is simply this. Monifa's ass was out there more so than all of those other girls who all the time sit behind a computer screen and flap their gums. So say what you will about Monifa, but she's a real bitch because she showed her solidarity. Say what you will. Now I'm not trying to stand in Monifa's defense or anything because I'm still got a lot to say about Monifa. But at the end of the day, she was there more than all of the other girls. So I was going to allow this man to just sit here and browbeat this girl like he knows her. K-Sweet, damn girl, your little fine ass. That's a beautiful picture, K-Sweet. It's a beautiful picture, man.
And you know, you get trolls.
Right.
Them trolls, they are here to troll. Now, this was 6ix9ine shit before 6ix9ine was 6ix9ine. I fell for it. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I fell for it. But this is Chicago. Do not disrespect the city of Chicago. If she was found at Crown Plaza, that's where she was at, Crown Plaza. She wasn't at no Marriott. She wasn't on no west side of damn Chicago. She was found in Crown Plaza. These conspiracy theories of motherfuckers moving the body from point A to point B, stop it. If it was like that, they would have been showed the footage of her body getting moved from another resident to another resident just to cover their ass. But due to her being found dead in Crown Plaza, they needed a way to cover their ass. So please, everybody who is listening to these conspiracy theories, stop listening to these conspiracy theories. Y'all might as well listen to a person who say having sex with a fucking turkey will grant you eternal life on Thanksgiving. Stop listening to make-believe stories. I'm here to speak nothing but truth, and I've been doing this since day one. When I've been telling y'all the friends was to set up in the hotel, help cover that shit up. Monifa, a Grammy-ass broad. You can look at her and tell something Grammy about her.
And see, peoples, this is the problem that I have with this brother, because he's just like all of these other suckers out here that all the time say, well, I'm only just speaking the truth. Well, nigga, what truth are you speaking? What truth are you speaking? Now I get it. I get what he's saying. You know, stop listening to all of these conspiracy theories and stuff. Yeah, because again, well, whether her body was moved and stuff, they wouldn't show you. They're not going to show you whether her body was moved. They didn't show you. They said that she was found in the rear by the dock area, but she was in a freezer. So obviously her body was moved. They didn't show the body being moved. So just because he said it doesn't make it law, peoples. It doesn't make it law. And I get tired of these suckers all the time sitting here saying, well, I only speak the truth. What truth are you speaking? It's just your opinion. It's just his opinion, peoples. I get tired of these suckers all the time wanting to sit up here, wanting to try to put people down and things, and then they all the time trying to boost themselves as the truth speaker. Well, I'm just only speaking the truth. Nigga, you ain't speaking shit. No. You are speaking shit. Because what actual factual truth is this nigga speaking, peoples? What actual factual truth is he speaking? Because he definitely ain't speaking for Edward Joseph. So you guys gonna see me in action, peoples. I'm fit to go. I gotta take my son home. But yeah, you guys gonna see me in action.
It's just how she looked, period. I wouldn't even go to a party with her because she a setup bitch. I can tell. I'm Hispanic. I used to gang bang. I used to be in Humboldt Park. We know about this. We send our women to set motherfuckers up. That's how we was getting down. So I know a setup when I see a setup. So for people to assault my intelligence, to think I gotta lie about stuff, that's what was irritating me. And I was feeding into they bullshit. And what's bullshit plus bullshit is bullshit. So I was falling for it.
Say Brazy.
Right.
Brazy.
What's going on, Edward?
I got a question.
You in here quiet, Edward? What's going on?
No, I'm here, and I got a question. I just wanted to make sure that my mic was working. All right, so my friend here said that Monifa was the one who was the setup queen. So my question is, how was Monifa the setup queen? Because see, according to the video footage, it had stated that Monifa and Shamaya was the one who had got Kanika outside the room. But as we seen on last night, that wasn't the case. Because when Kanika was crying out, I'm not drunk, I am enjoying myself, it was stated that they were the ones who brought her out the room in Irene's live. But as I proved to you guys, according to the video footage, that didn't happen because that guy, Mike and Irene and Bree had left out the room. and then
See,
later on, just
that's what they want y'all to see, so they can confuse y'all. Let me ask you this: when they found Kanika's body, the stuff that was thrown up in there, who was the last person who had that lip gloss and all that other makeup stuff? Kanika gave that to who? Monifa, right?
Huh. Right.
well, I don't know because I didn't see
Hold
it.
on. His mic. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's kind of busy over here. The phone
She
keep
had
ringing and stuff
all
like that.
she had the lip, she had the other.
Okay, so help me to make this make sense, peoples. When did Kanika, or when did he ever see Kanika give anything to Monifa? That's just an assumption. That's just an assumption, peoples. When did this man ever see Kanika give Monifa anything? He didn't. He absolutely didn't.
But see, I mean,
No,
see,
you good, bro. I know you at work. My boy at work right now, so if he going in and out, you know what I'm saying?
oh no, that's cool. But see, what I'm saying is, I mean, we can throw the torch upon anybody who we feel, just because we feel some type of way towards anybody and stuff. We can all the time throw shades upon them and things. But just because you feel some type of way towards anybody doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty. Because I mean,
Oh my!
as
I'm sorry. 1 second.
That's
Some
true.
idiot
That's
don't know how
true.
to get a fucking bus car. Hold on.
All right. No, that's true. You know what I'm saying? That's true. You can't just really determine that off how you feel about a person. You know what I'm saying? But I'm finna tell y'all something, right? Because I'm finna drop a video after this live. I just did it. I should drop it now. But I want you to look at this footage that I looked at, right? Hey, look, do anybody think Kanika died at the time they tried to say they tried to show us like she walked into this freeze and all this stuff? Do anybody think she died like that? Because when you look at the time, right, it looked like okay, so you see France on the lower level at around 242, 243. As soon as he walked and he do the same motion that Kanika do at the stairs, they sliced it. Boom. It jumped to three something. Three
right,
something.
I'm back.
You feel me? Like 320. Hold on. It jumped to like 320 something, right? So it showed Kanika walking through the little lower level. You know what I'm saying? Same way France walked. And then once she walked back and come back through the double doors in Chandel lane right there, it sliced and it jumped to 4 something, like 440 something. And now Shamaya coming down the stairs. So I said, damn, what if these people sat back and they split this footage up like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know what. You say what happened? Oh no, he had to. No, so what if they split this footage up like that? Like, give you the footage of France walking down there, boom, slice that bitch. Throw the footage of Kanika in there. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing about Kanika footage. What time was this?
Well,
Kanika
see,
couldn't have been dead around that time.
See, the thing is, if we go,
it's like I'm going off the footage. How they slicing the footage up.
right?
I don't think she was dead around that time. I think honestly, the way the pictures look of her, how she looked, Kanika don't look like she was dead on the 9th. You know what I'm saying? The way they presented them pictures, you know what I'm saying? The next damn day. You know what I'm saying? That means she would have had a whole day to be dead, the whole Saturday. You know what I'm saying? And then we found her on Sunday, and then called up people. But then when you sit back and look at the pictures, it don't look like none of that. I don't see piss stains. She ain't shitted herself. You know what I'm saying? I don't see none of this shit that would make it. And then they try to say she was frozen. This girl wasn't no solid damn frozen.
Well,
she was definitely not frozen.
okay. So now,
So, like I said,
what do we go by? Do we go by the video footage? Do we go by the narratives that the kids have given? Do we go by individual people who proclaim that they know everything about this case and stuff? What
All
is it
right,
that we go by?
my bad for
no, we go by the video footage.
What, what,
No,
what's
I
it?
look.
No,
So
we
to
good. We
answer
go
your
by the video
question,
footage. We go by we.
my bad for cutting y'all off, but I want to answer this question from earlier before I had to cut out. Now, I don't have nothing against
No, go ahead.
Monifa.
Go ahead.
It's just an opinion, and everybody has the right to voice their opinion about how they feel about a person. But if you live in Chicago and if you got set up by females before, you know a setup chick when you see a setup chick. Now to respond to a Latoya
that's true.
Slater, me and Teresa never had words over Barbara. It was never that. I always took up for Mama Teresa against everybody who was against her. Cause ain't no way you gonna bash a woman who dealing with the pain that she was. Can't nobody live in Mama Teresa's shoes. That's what I was trying to tell people. But
Right.
what we could go off of is what we feel is that's our opinion. Because video's not even 100% accurate. It's a lot of stuff that meets the eye. The only people who know what really happened is the people who was there. And the person who really knew what happened to them is no longer able to speak for themselves. So until the light shine on her voice to be heard, the light gonna shine soon. We just gotta be patient and take our time for the results to get here. I know it's one of them cold cases that we might not hear be solved until 2060. But as long as Kanika Jenkins get the justice she deserves, that's all that's gonna matter. Right now, we just voicing our opinions and being political about our opinions. Everybody's opinion should be respected. That's what causes friction. That's why people think people doing it for money, because people be on here arguing about opinions. See what I'm saying?
You right about that. You right about
Like,
that.
like the first beginning, Andrew Holmes said it was a camera on top of the freezer.
It'd be a lot of that. That's why I be trying to.
Andrew Holmes said it was a camera on top of the freezer. He saw her walk in the freezer. Everybody bashed him because why the fuck would you go out there and say that? Did you really see that? Ain't no girl just gonna walk in the freezer and lock herself in the freezer. It looked like it was a struggle. If you see her body and how stiff it was, it looked like it was a struggle. You're not gonna give it to us like that. He should be ashamed of himself. But we all know Andrew Holmes just do it for the fucking money. Every activist, what's the 3 letters in the word activist? ACT is act. So of course they're gonna want to shine that limelight on them. They getting that attention from the people, especially the activists that love to bring God and the Bible scriptures up. They using that book to get paid because they using that book to get their words of knowledge to these women who fall for those words of knowledge. Because mainly it's women that's donating to them and they so-called care to change the community. You can't change the community with money. You got to change the community by boycotting these white businesses. You can't change the community with money. What would Walmart do if nobody shopped at Walmart? They'll panic. What would Target do if nobody shopped at Target? They'll panic. Then our voices would be heard. That's why I label myself the voice for the voiceless. I'm not a fucking activist. Because all the activists do is go up there and act. They act like they care for the community. But y'all really paying their rent and bills. I'm the only one that's been shown to fucking work. I got a job, but people was bashing me. Oh, look at Rico, got to catch the bus and the train, but I got a fucking job. Who could say that in America these days?
Right.
Obviously not Jedediah now, because they still on live asking for donations for protesters. Meanwhile, I'm busting my ass 9 to 5. That's why y'all don't see me on live no more.
So look.
That's why y'all don't see me on this shit no more. Because every time when somebody try to voice their opinion and have true concern about the case they voice their opinion on, motherfuckers want to try to bash that person. bring them down because they got a bigger following.
Well, see, you have to understand that is to be expected. Now, I've been talking about this case for almost 7 years at the time of his introduction and things and stuff. There's a lot of people who didn't agree with me. I was one who had literally protected Teresa Martin for 3 years. Then after which I have been shown some things, and then it changed my whole perspective about her. And I was one who vilified her to no end and really didn't give two tails about what people felt and things. Because again, it's about everybody's perspective. Everybody's perspective is going to be different. I had to go through so much heartache and pain and things and stuff because people couldn't see it my way. Just like they wanted me to see it their way, they couldn't see it my way. I said that the thing is, what I was given, what I was seeing, I had spoke upon. And I really didn't care who liked it or who didn't in things. Because at the end of the day, that's the way that it stands with me today. I'm going to speak what I see or what I feel. Until you can prove to me otherwise, then that's where I stand.
Well, look, I've been A1 since day one with Mama Teresa, because when I was down at my worst, when I lost my little sister, when my little sister was deceased in a car crash, that woman prevented me from going on the streets and doing something stupid that was going to take my life away. She prayed for me. She always throw events at Douglas Park for them kids. And when she prayed for me and I knew that she was sincere about her prayer for me, that's what made me want to change my life around a little bit. I ain't going to say it changed my life around a lot. But when I seen that it was the other way around, I wanted to go out there and I wanted to help that lady get justice because I felt like I owe her a favor. She helped me out, so I wanted to go help her out. That's the history that me and Mama Teresa got together. And that's why I was so defensive about Mama Teresa when everybody was sitting there bashing her, saying the stupid shit they were saying out their mouth about her, when can't nobody live in that woman's shoes to tie them fucking laces to go through the pain that she was going through during that time when they was trying to find her daughter. The lady that went through breast cancer surgery, nobody just don't know how to show self-respect until it's one of their family members. Then they want people to show some self-respect.
Well, see, we can say that about anybody because the way that she came and things, you can't even sit here and tell the people that they shouldn't be saying anything about her and stuff. Whatever your relationship with her, that's your relationship, but she can't speak for everybody. And again, like I said before, how she.
But see, that's the thing. It's the difference. Listen. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I can understand where he coming from. Look, I can understand where he coming from because he actually know her. You know what I'm saying? These other people don't know her. These other people never sat next to her, never had a conversation with her, never prayed with never. They don't know her. They just going off of what we looking at on TV. He actually been with this woman, know this woman, sat with this woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's the difference. And I understand where he coming from with that. How's somebody gonna judge this woman and they ain't never met her?
Just
they
like
never
they
never kicked it with her. They never had a conversation with her.
Just like they judge all of us. So what is the difference? His personal relationship is his personal relationship with her. But everybody don't see it that way. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, okay, I get it.
The difference is
the difference is that he has a personal relationship with her. I don't, and everybody else doesn't. Yeah, the people are going to judge her based upon what they see. So what is the difference? The difference is they're going to vilify whoever they want to vilify, regardless.
The difference is the difference is when he speak on her, I can respect it because I know he know her. When other people speak on it, I can't respect it because I know they don't know her. That's all. They can feel how they want to feel. They can say whatever they want to say. I just can't listen to it because I know you don't even know this motherfucker, but you don't know her personally.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So just as we being vilified for the things that we think, see, or believe and stuff, it's the same way with her and stuff. So what is the difference? I get it. I can respect that he has the utmost respect for her because she prayed for him and stuff, but nobody knows her. But we're only going to talk about what we see, and that's what we can do. That's it. So whether you respect it or not, really nobody will give two rats asses because they're going to say what they're going to say anyway.
But look, what is that though? If they say what they say, their opinion, correct?
It's their opinion, exactly.
Exactly. You cannot take away nobody's opinion. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So me protecting her, that was my opinion of how I feel about Mama Teresa, because I personally know Mama Teresa, and nobody else don't know her like how people who live in Chicago who actually know her.
And my friend, I totally respect that. That's all that I'm saying. I'm saying this.
Listen, y'all. Hey, check it out. Listen. This ain't no. I don't want this to become no battle against anything. You know what I'm saying? We up here. You my boy Edward, P. Rico, my boy. We up here. We just politicking. This ain't. I don't want this to become no going back and forth thing because it ain't like that. You know what I'm saying?
It ain't no battle. I mean, I'm hearing him, my friend. I'm hearing him. I get it. I get it. It ain't no battle. You know how I am.
I don't want the public. I don't want people in the chat to think
it's no battle.
Yeah, but I don't want people to think we up here. We going back and forth. You know
we are three grown men who is expressing our opinions, and that's all that it is. He ain't never came at me sideways. I haven't came at him sideways. He expressed his opinion. I expressed my opinion. That's all that it is. It ain't no battle.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it like that because I mean, like I say, I respect his opinion. I respect your opinion. You know what I mean? Shit, I'm just trying to get an understanding of a person that actually stood at the funeral.
What year?
You see what I'm saying? You got people basically saying that this one is girl in this casket.
Hold on, Brazy.
This was in what?
What year was this that this Kanika Jenkins story happened?
2017.
2017, right? So I came home late 2014. So this 2024, right? I'll be 30 this year. How young I was back then, I'm not gonna entertain nobody to argue with them no more.
We're 24 right now.
Yeah, I'm not finna argue with nobody. You don't gotta worry about me arguing with this fella. He's just full of his own.
No, it ain't that. It ain't that. I just don't want it to. No, it's just about how it's sounding, how it's sounding. I'm listening to y'all, and it's like how it's sounding, like y'all kind of like going back and forth. And I don't want it to be like that. Y'all, my homies and shit.
No.
Let's keep it neutral.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with nobody. I'm done doing that. Like I said, I'm about to be 30. I got a 6-year-old finna be 7 this year who just graduated. So I'm not finna argue with no other grown man about his opinion. My daughter wasn't even born yet when I was out there.
I know. My boy Edward come off. Edward sound like he be a little harsh with, but that's how he is. But he ain't trying to be on no foul shit with you or nothing like that. Edward cool.
No, all I'm saying is that he sees her in a different way. The public doesn't see her the way that he sees her. So everybody is going to judge the people based upon what they see, and that's all that I'm saying. So you can't get mad at people because they're saying or doing whatever they do based upon their perspective.
Do you mean by the public though? Do you mean the public outside of Chicago or the public who lives in
It doesn't matter whether you're in Chicago, out Chicago, or whatever and stuff.
It does matter because the people in Chicago who know Monifa or who know Mama Teresa got different things to say than the people who live on the outside.
But a lot of the people that's online are not in Chicago. So yes, they're going to have a difference in opinion. So whether you like it or not, that's what it's going to be, my friend.
And those opinions turn to what? Conspiracy theories, correct? Because
but that's what it has been going throughout ever since this thing has been in indoctrination. So what can you do about it? I mean, the only thing that you can do is just talk about it. That's it. That's what we're all doing, right? Everybody renders their own opinion. Whether you're in Chicago or not in Chicago, it really doesn't matter. Because if everybody's going to respect everybody, that's what it's going to be. If you're going to argue with the people, that's what it's going to be. You're never going to change people's perception of anybody or anything. So you can either entertain the madness or you don't have to.
Because they're entitled to their what?
Let me ask you this then. Hey, let me ask y'all this. Hey, and the reason it seemed like we study like on top of each other because I don't know it's lagging, but let me ask y'all this, right? with all this going on, like Edward, with him being a person who actually was in the middle of this protest.
What is
and,
that noise?
What I'm saying? Went through all this shit. I don't know. It's a noise. Y'all, do anybody in the chat hear a noise? Just say something. Say, put a thumbs up or something if y'all hear something.
I hear somebody snoring.
Somebody snoring.
I ain't snoring.
Oh,
I ain't no snoring. I know my dog. I know my dog ain't that loud.
Okay. All right.
How you everything good? Can everybody can hear in the chat?
Yeah, I just had to mute somebody.
Okay. My thing is like Edward, like, is there anything that you would want to ask him as far as around that time when they was going through that? Because he had got locked up with Monifa and Lamont. He had been around Jedediah, all them different people. You know what I'm saying? Is there anything you want to ask him as far as a lot of stuff that we was debunking with people? You know what I mean? And he would know for sure from being out there and seeing everything, seeing the setup, you know what I'm saying? Seeing how they, how these officers was playing it and the friends and all that different stuff. Is there anything you want to ask him with that?
Yeah, well, what I want to know is, what was the atmosphere like for when they had, when what's his name? What was that? Andrew Holmes. When Andrew Holmes had called Teresa Martin and had asked her to shut down the protest because the hotel wasn't making any money, what was her reaction at the time to when he had told her that? I mean, did she immediately shut it down? Did she go around and talk to the people and say shut it down? I mean, what was the atmosphere that led up to that?
Now, I don't know about a conversation that those two had about shutting down the protest. I know the protest did get shut down due to something about funds was handled miscorrectly. The funds were supposed to be used to bail people out of jail who was getting locked up for protesting. But from what was told, the funds was being handled miscorrectly. Mama Teresa, I guess that's what started the tension between her and Jedediah. But I ain't hear this stop the protest thing from Andrew Holmes.
Okay, so who was mishandling the funds? Jedediah and crew?
So wait.
Wait. First of all, who was the one who had asked for the funds in the first place? Because what was it, her or was it Jedediah and the people?
Mama Teresa didn't ask for no funds. Jedediah was the one who created the trust fund to bail people out of jail, as well as make sure protesters had something to eat and something to drink while we was out there protesting. Now, like I said about the activist stuff, you should need money to start no protest because stuff like this happens. Who to get blamed for it? The person who was speaking on a trust fund that was supposedly needed. I bailed myself out of jail twice. Third time is when they decided to bail me out, is when I got attacked by the police. People forget that I was arrested 3 times out there during that protest, and I had to do up to a month in the county jail for it.
My friend, I think that you're focusing this whole thing upon your personal experiences and stuff. And my question is simply this: there was a lot of people who got arrested. Not only you got Monifa, you got the guy who was with Monifa, and I'm pretty sure that there was a host of other people. So again, now my question is this: Teresa Martin had nothing to do with any funds that was being collected, right?
No,
she never asked for anything, right?
She did not ask for any of that.
Okay, but it does take funds to host a protest or things and stuff. Like they say, they were bailing people out of jail, they were feeding the people, they were housing the people and things like that. You said that people were coming up from near and far, from everywhere, and so it's from my understanding that those funds that was collected was to house people, was to feed people, was to close people and do all of this other stuff, right?
I can't confirm or deny that, because if people want to come out and protest, they should know they need their own money to find somewhere they need to stay, as well as keep themselves up hydrated in food and stuff like that. It shouldn't take nobody to donate to a source that may not or may can be trusted, because then it causes tension the way that it caused the tension. That's what created the tension between Mama Teresa and Jedediah, because it took somebody to say that Jedediah was mishandling the funds. Stuff didn't add up to Mama Teresa, and that's why she stopped the protest, because she didn't want to get affiliated with such nonsense and drama.
I
So
disagree, my
I
friend,
don't blame
because
her
it
for
was
that.
Teresa Martin the one who was saying that. Well, I listened to Andrew Holmes, and she said that he was quite making sense, because he was the one who said that the hotel wasn't making any money. It wasn't Teresa, it was him. And she listened to him, and she shut down the protest based upon what he had said.
She shut down the protest because she got into it with Jedediah. She didn't shut down the protest because of what Andrew Holmes was saying.
Yeah, I saw her get it. Look, I saw her get into it with Jedediah. I saw her get into it with him.
Well,
that shit was on the live. They was
what
out
is
there
this live
when
that she said that she had went and she had listened to Andrew Holmes, and Andrew Holmes had told her that that the hotel wasn't making money, so I should shut it down. And so I should have listened to him.
Was continuing to make money because people was checking in our face. So that, I don't know what part of that story you get from, but that is not true.
Okay.
So the hotel was lying about saying that they was basically Andrew Holmes was lying about saying that the hotel was losing money.
Andrew Holmes is nothing but a compulsive liar.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah, he ain't nothing but a compulsive liar.
Okay, I can believe that.
Well, I mean, but
from Chicago, I can believe that.
Okay, but didn't she have a conversation with him at one point? I mean, I thought that she mentioned him in some type of live or whatever, right?
She mentioned in the live of
I'm pretty sure she probably had a conversation
because of Jedediah. That's when those two got into it. It wasn't because of Andrew Holmes told her to stop.
I could have sworn that I heard her mention something about Andrew Holmes, and that she should have listened to him because he was telling her that the hotel wasn't making any money, and so that she should shut it down.
I don't recall that. So I don't got a true answer to that question. I don't recall that though.
Brazy, you never heard that? You never heard that?
What?
No, I never
heard
that.
Since Brazy, you never heard that?
I don't even lie to you. I was just that Andrew Holmes had her shut it down?
No, did you hear the live that Teresa Martin had made about Andrew Holmes saying that she should have listened to him and that the hotel establishment wasn't making money?
She was sitting in the car, right?
Yeah, she was sitting in the car.
I'm talking about she was sitting in the car when she made that.
Right. So, yeah, but you heard that. Did you hear what she said?
If y'all want me to play it, I can play it.
Yeah, play it. So my friend can hear.
I heard what she said. I thought she was saying.
I just want to get clarity. I just want to see what she said. So he's saying something different. I just wanted to get clarity to see exactly what she said. Because he's saying that Jedediah, she shut it down because of Jedediah, but let's play it for the chat and for him to hear exactly what she said. And so if it's what she said, it's what she said.
Okay. Let me find it real quick. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all doing y'all thing, man. If y'all received the wrench, man, that's because y'all special people to me. And shit, y'all know how we going. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all to tap in. Y'all know what's going on.
See, I'm not being accusatory of nobody. I've always said this time around, I'm going to go by what the people said, not for what I think, not for what I feel, for what the people said. And if we can get clarity out of confusion for what the people said, well, then that's all the well and good. And
but I was there. I was there when the whole thing got shut down because of the shit with Jedediah in the trust fund money. I ain't hear nothing about it getting shut down because Andrew Holmes told her the hotel wasn't making money because people was checking in our face. We was trying to stop them from checking in. It got to the point to where they
I heard because I seen. Damn. Well, that's crazy.
What?
No, he said they got to turn the water sprinklers and shit on them.
And they did that so we could quote unquote break law and step in the street and they could lock us up.
Huh.
So let me ask you this, Brazy, if you can find a video, play that video. So, my friend, were you there at the time to when Lenore had made that statement that my sister clothes don't make her who she is or whatever, and she's not down here selling anything? Were you there when she made that statement?
I heard about that statement, but I never paid attention to it like it was important to pay attention to it.
So what is your feelings about that? Because nobody has ever asked this girl anything about Kanika down there selling anything. But she just come right out the blue and say something like that.
Like I said, it's just
like basically like she was trying to. You said it's a lot of what, bro?
It ain't nothing but a lot of confusion and a lot of conspiracy.
Yeah, thank you, Latoya. I thought I knew that Andrew Holmes told her that. Now Latoya Slater had even said it. Andrew Holmes had told Teresa Martin to shut it down because the hotel wasn't making any money. She didn't say anything about Jedediah and what they were doing with any funds or anything. I know that I know I heard that. I know I heard that, and I know that she said that. So now, if she shut it down because of Jedediah, well, that's a different story. I've never heard that.
Latoya said you're right, Edward.
I know.
Well, like I said,
hey, cooking with D.
See the thing is this, I don't have no problem with what Mother Teresa had did and things because again, I had my feelings in the beginning and then my feelings had changed towards her. But then after I was talking with one of my sisters who, is a minister, and after she was telling me about certain things and stuff, it changed my whole perspective of how Teresa Martin had moved. Now, me not being from Chicago, me being from California, me on the outside looking in, me being the baby boy of the family, and me being very close to my mom and things, I couldn't fathom for the likes of me how a mother could lose her child and what she would be going through and things. And so my heart went out towards her. The only thing that I really didn't like about Teresa Martin in her stance and the way she was doing is that it seems to me it was cold and callous because she didn't shed a tear for Kanika. The only time that she really shed tears was when her sister had died. And that broke my heart because I'm kind of like, wow, you're really going bawling out for your sister, but then when it comes down to your own daughter, you can't even shed not one tear. And then for your brother, you can't even shed one tear. And I'm like, wow, really? And so that's how I felt. And that's how a lot of people felt. Because again, we are on the outside looking in. All we can see is that she ain't showing no type of emotions whatsoever.
Well, like I said, the only time that I remember hearing that Mama Teresa shut down the protest is when her and Jedediah had tension about the trust fund. I never heard Andrew Holmes telling her to shut it down, and she said, yeah, we don't come out to protest no more because of Andrew Holmes. Only thing I heard about Andrew Holmes was the bullshit that he said about supposedly he saw her walk in the freezer. That was the only thing I heard about him. When I went out there, like, I don't know why they said that hotel wasn't making money. Because if y'all could look at what that hotel was making during that protest, you would clearly see that hotel was still profiting because people were still checking in. People was out there in their windows laughing at us, recording us. So that's the lie. They were still making their money.
I could believe that. Now, I could believe that.
Brazy, can you find that video? You don't have that video?
Why would I have a video of them laughing at us?
I just tried to pull it up, man. It made me jump off the screen.
No, I'm asking Brazy, do we have that video so he can show you?
Oh.
Now I'm not denying anything of what you're saying, my friend, because again, you were there, so I can't speak up against that and things. But what I can say is
another thing I would like to say. When my grandmother just passed away, I didn't shed a tear during that point when I saw her body dead up on that hospital bed. I was destroyed on the inside, so it was no way for me to show emotion during that time. But when her funeral came, I definitely showed that emotion. You have to know that certain people show certain ways of emotion, especially when you don't know what they're going through on the inside. Maybe it destroyed her. Maybe she didn't know what to say or how to feel. But best believe that shit hurt her every day.
So look.
Well, see, that's exactly my point. That's what I was saying.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? Because somebody just said, okay, Latoya said J Money stated Kanika had on an Adidas fit. Did she have an Adidas fit on when she showed up to Lenore house and changed clothes? Or what? And then I want to ask you this, Rico. Motherfucking, a lot of people say that she was there before the 9th. You know what I'm saying? What was the issue with the Parker with the tickets that they got on the 6th that Mama Teresa was talking about?
See, I don't know about that neither. I read that in a little I think I seen that in a video or something that they was explaining that, but I don't know about that. About the changing the clothes and the Parker tickets. The only thing that, like I say, I know about.
Yeah, it was said that the tickets was it was said that the tickets was recycled.
Yeah, I heard about that.
They was recycled tickets because she was saying people.
Yeah, I heard about conversation about that, but
you heard about it?
Yeah, I heard conversation about that.
That's illegal. It is totally illegal. It is against the law to go ahead and recycle tickets and things because, again, if somebody's car was that got broken into or whatever the case may be, and they had a ticket that was post-dated or predated and things, that they wouldn't have been able to get an accurate claim on any type of insurance. Oh my goodness!
Hold on, real quick. Redbone.
I know.
When Mama Teresa first discovered that her daughter was gone, she definitely ran out that hotel crying. Stop trying to make it seem like this is what I'm talking about the conspiracy theory. See, when people look at different YouTube videos about this sacrifice shit like that, Mama Teresa is not a mainstream artist. When you think about sacrifice, Illuminati and all that, you got to look at rappers. That's that shit. Mama Teresa, no. That sacrifice stuff, no. People is stupid to think like that. Like, oh, it was a sacrifice. Oh, it was a blood ritual. Oh, the Freemasons. Like, that is so retarded for y'all to think that. I'm an Israelite. So what was y'all think about me? Like, that's stupid. That's once again a conspiracy theory. That's not even an opinion. That's a conspiracy theory because y'all blaming this lady for something that have not been shown.
But my friend, again, and this is what I say, you're in your feelings, you have your opinion. They have their opinion. And so
look,
however they want to see it, however they say it and things, you got to respect that. Just because
that is hypothetically 100% the truth. I just spoke out my mouth.
My friend, I get it. But then again, hear me out and listen to what I'm saying. I'm a Christian. I'm a Baptist believer. and
Hey,
things.
I can stop y'all, but I'm gonna drop the link. Listen. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that want to come up. Don't come up with that trolling shit. You feel me? I don't expect that from none of y'all. No way. It seems like all y'all solid. I know everybody's solid in here. I will hope everybody's solid. You know what I'm saying? I know a few people I know they solid, but what I'm saying is I'm gonna drop the link in the chat because I want y'all to come up politics too. You know what I'm saying? We just politicking, man. It's Brazy After Dark once again. Get your likes up, subscribe, goddamn it, do all that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? We need all that. You know what I'm saying? These are conversations I'll be wanting to have after dark, late night. You know what I'm saying? Let's politic and get some real shit going on. So yes, I'm gonna drop the link because I do want whoever to come up and politic with us.
See the thing is,
y'all can finish.
See, this thing is, Brazy, everybody's entitled to their opinion. So whether they feel that it was a sacrifice, whether they feel that it was a ritual, whether they feel this and that and the other, they have the right to say whatever they want to say. So the thing is, nobody can.
Yeah, they do.
Right. Nobody can sit here and tell the people, well, you can't say this, or you can't do this, you can't do that. See, that's
okay.
what
I
brings.
got a question for you there. I'm gonna cut you off on that. Just like what Miss Cooking with just said. What is the evidence of Mama Teresa sacrificing her daughter? Like this. Do y'all even?
What is the evidence of Kanika not going down there selling her kitty cat? We got a guy in her phone that was stated that these number 3 and number 4 was there. We would have never known that if Lenore never even spoke upon that. Lenore got on national. My friend, I haven't finished yet. Lenore had got on national TV talking about, well, my sister's clothes don't make her who she is or whatever and stuff, and she not down here selling her cat. Everybody's know that this hotel is known for doing this and that and the other. So now my question is simply this. My question, let me finish, my friend. My question is simply this.
So what?
Why was number 3 and 4 in Kanika's phone?
I'm trying to answer your fucking question, my friend.
Okay, but let me finish with what I have to say before you come and interject, my friend.
Bro,
hey.
What to do, bro?
Hey, listen.
Look, Brazy, you remember
this can't listen, man. This can't be a battle. This can't be a battle.
Look, I ain't trying to make it a battle, but look, this was gonna kill that conspiracy. Who is Kanika brother? Wasn't he not in tour with motherfuckers? Was it the same motherfuckers who was in tour with her brother now?
About it.
So guy number 3 and number 4 may have been motherfuckers who her brother was in tour with. What the fuck? Y'all be that's
okay. So Brazy, show this man who you had said that was in Kanika Jenkins' phone that we had just talked about the other day. That was from California.
Okay. Yeah, it's a white man. I tried to think, was it a situation where it could have been somebody had to burn the phone and use this man's information, but then they was able to call his phone and this man picked up the phone and he stated in the paperwork in the actual the case file, the man stated that I already talked to the police and he ain't had nothing else to say. That's what he said. This is shit that's in the case file. You see what I'm saying? So the numbers contact 3 and 4 was Listen. You say what happened?
Because you remember it was a fake case file.
But this, I don't know. I ain't never know it was a fake case file. I know this right here was everything that was there. This is the real shit. This is the real shit, bro. This ain't fake. This is the real shit.
And see, that's exactly what I'm saying. Everybody proclaimed that they know so much shit and stuff, but then they don't read and they don't listen.
Detective Delacova told me. That's the same detective that was working on the case when I was arrested for a Facebook post. Me and Delacova had a conversation. So I'm telling you what Delacova told me. He
Well,
said what?
just like Delacova, just like all of the other, just like Detective Rose and all of them, all of those suckers were sitting here lying, just like the kids, just like the establishment. Every goddamn body is lying in this case.
From what it sounded like, from what Delacova was saying, the police didn't know anything about what really happened until they was called from who? Mama Teresa. People trying to blame the police like they got something to do with it. If you look at the videos when the police found her body, they said she was frozen solid, right?
But they also said in the beginning that she was found in the dock area, but then they turned around and changed that and said that she was frozen, that she was found in the freezer.
Well, where that was that? What that report at? Was that in the report file? Because I seen the actual files, and it was a lot of stuff that had to get debunked because it was fake.
Do you have the actual files? I mean, you can check.
A lot of these YouTubers got it. Who I was arguing with, who they showed the shit. See, this is what I'm saying. Like this stuff never gets solved until the light really shines on the voice that we can't hear anymore.
Well, who in the hell have the voice to go ahead and put some clarity to this stuff? Because just because you are speaking something, my friend, doesn't even make it law.
Can I finish talking?
Yeah.
You say you a Christian, right? Assalamu alaikum, brother. Calm that down. See what I'm saying?
So look. Hold on. Check this out, right? I want to do it like this, right? Because it's like to me, it sounded like we going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want it to be that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to have a genuine conversation with my guys up here. You know what I mean? So I don't want it to be where things feel like it seems like it's being directed towards you more than just having a conversation with you. And I don't want it to be that. You know what I'm saying?
Chest, he poking his chest out a lot. It's like he been ready.
I ain't here to we ain't here to question you and see if you know it's right or wrong. I just want to know what was going on with you at the time. You know what I'm saying? Me and you talk all the time, so we talk our shit. You know what I mean? Me and Errol, we talk all the time, so we conversate. I want it to be that atmosphere. You know what I mean? We got people in the comments, they talking, they politicking, you know what I mean? They going back and forth. I want people to come up here. I don't want nobody to feel like they got to get, you know what I'm saying, question or anything. Come up here and talk your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I heard there was a few things
For real.
that was fake.
That's how I want to do it.
It was a little girl that supposedly said that she was there, a little 16-year-old underage girl. She was fake. We found out that was a YouTube.
Yeah, look. I read that statement.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? It was a few statements that was fake and got proved that it was fake when the actual.
You know what? I damn near believed it. Exactly. She said she was.
Shit sounds so real that make us believe it until we find out it's fake. That's what's wrong with the minds of the people. We look at shit that look and sound so real, and then we find out it's fake. We still don't believe it's fake, so we gonna say it's still real.
Okay, so let me say this. So if we're going to be on this respect level and things, Latoya Slater and all of you moderators and things, you guys need to check this Lovely Gibbons things. Now, see, I came to shoot my shot and to say what I need to say, but I didn't come to nobody's panel to be disrespectful. I mean, be respected in any type of way. You know how I am, Brazy. So check this woman before I get on her shit.
No, ain't nobody. If anybody in the chat being disrespectful, can y'all please handle that? You know what I'm saying? This ain't. Listen. I'm gonna tell y'all like this, right? I fuck with Edward. I fuck with Rico. They wouldn't even be on the channel if I ain't even fuck with them. Anybody that know me and Edward history, that's what it was. History. That's my boy. So I don't expect nobody in this motherfucking chat to be trying to be disrespectful to or motherfucking Rico. You know what I'm saying? Latoya, hey, you know you a day one. Hey, knock that shit out the box with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Knock that shit out the box with anybody. We gonna do our shit this time. This time around, going live, doing our shit. We gonna do our shit for real. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do real numbers too. It ain't about the numbers, but we're going to do real numbers because, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be fair. It's gonna be fair over here. You know what I'm saying? We just ain't talking about Kanika case. We talking about all type of cases. You know what I'm saying? It's just right now, this right here, this, you know, this Kanika our baby, man. That's what we've been stuck on. That's what we've been talking about. But we got other shit we're gonna talk about too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I need you to hold that down. For real. What you was saying, Edward?
No, okay, so damn, I forgot what I was gonna say, man. I forgot what I was gonna say. Okay, Mr. Rico. So let's get back to
They
the
definitely family owned.
huh? What'd you say? So
Latoya said Rose family owned. You damn right they family owned.
so let's get back to Irene's live.
Hey, look, sorry for cutting you off, but you want to know what's so fucked up, Brazy? How that statement is correct that Rosemont is family owned. That white shirt, the lieutenant, the fat guy who was out there, who was the
one who robbed the damn
people,
gas stations.
That he got arrested for robbing people. So what officer lieutenant you know that get arrested for robbing people where they from? It's a lot of corruption in Rosemont. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of things happen in Rosemont that meets the eye. Even the officers in the county jail were saying Rosemont is a mob city. I'm trying to tell people this. I can only tell y'all what I know.
I believe that shit. I believe that shit.
I can only tell y'all what I know, and that's what I'm doing, telling y'all what I know. So the hospitality, all that ain't gonna fly with me, man. I'm just saying what I know. People making it seem like I'm supposed to know everything. I'm just a fucking human like everybody else. I'm telling y'all what I know, what I experienced, what Joseph Alvarez experienced. That's all I'm telling y'all right now before y'all start
I hear you gave me your government and shit.
Huh?
I said, you done gave me your government and shit. I hear you, my nigga.
Exactly, because people is confused on what I'm supposed to know. People keep thinking I'm supposed to know everything. If I was supposed to know everything, shit, I'd be Albert Einstein. I fucking would know why gravity worked the way it worked, but I don't know that.
Well,
I'm gonna tell y'all what I do know.
Mr. Rico, if you would listen, then I would tell you something, and then I was trying to get your opinion upon something. I wasn't saying if you knew this or not. I was just trying to get your opinion upon this. So let me go back and let me state my thing of what I was going to say to you. Now, let's go back to Irene's live. In Irene's live, they had clearly stated, Shamaya and Monifa had stated that they had taken Kanika Jenkins out of the room. They had left her in the hallway, and Kanika was sitting there with her head between her legs. Then it was stated by Teresa Martin that the kids had told her that they left her inside the main lobby and things. So I wanted to get your perspective upon, since you know Monifa, but I don't know if you know Shamaya. What are your feelings upon that? Do you believe that that is actual factual truth in what they had stated? Is what I'm saying.
In my opinion, the only person who I feel like that was trying to really look for was Bree. But what Shamaya and them said, I don't know if it's truth to that or not. So I'm not gonna answer that. The only thing we were shown was what they wanted us to see.
Okay.
So we don't got no choice but to believe in that video that they showed us at that point.
Okay, fair enough.
But what I'm trying to understand is, how is that a 5-star hotel? I'm trying to see how is that a 5-star hotel and nobody ain't seen us stumbling in the hallways like that.
Did y'all see the videos? Right, that's what I'm saying. Now look, let me ask you this. Did y'all get the videos before or after the protest was over with?
Oh, I gotta think about that one right there. I think we got that during, like, what made us come out there like 3,000 something strong is when they showed yeah, the videos and the pictures and stuff is what made us all go out there 3,000 something strong. So it was during the protest that, and then it was like, I think it was the morning of one day, I forgot, and then it's just like everybody said, yeah, we up there Rose.
Because at one point, Teresa wasn't blaming the hotel, right?
She, I think she was in a way because she was like, the hotel know what happened to her baby. But I wouldn't say that's blaming the hotel. She's just saying that they know what happened to her baby.
Somebody said, was that Kanika in the casket?
Yes, that was Kanika in the casket. People need to understand, if your body get found in water, even if it was frozen, when it defrosts, the water swell you up. That was definitely.
So was she frozen? Because I don't think she was fucking frozen. I don't think she was dead. Look, I don't think she was frozen. I think the pictures look too fresh for them to present her body on a Sunday.
I think she was cold enough to where if it
she looked shit.
That was her in that casket. I looked at her eye to eye. Well, I ain't gonna say eye to eye because she can't, you know.
No, I believe that.
But, you know, I've seen the body.
No, I believe that. I know they wouldn't be having no goddamn funeral for no motherfucker that ain't the person who was supposed to be. I'll tell you that shit. And everybody there, kids and all crying and shit. Now that's just too much of a play. So I know that was, I know all that shit was real.
Yeah, that's definitely her in that casket. I'm gonna say that right there. Because if it wasn't her in that casket, a lot of people said it probably wasn't her because that's why Monifa was laughing and shit like that. But that was her in that casket. Motherfuckers wouldn't be drinking and be emotional the way they was emotional. It's like the only people who do shit like that is a person that know more than what they were saying. And like I said, they was in some shit, bro. They was in some shit. This was back when gangs started like being click bangers.
So what do you think happened? What was the talk around the whispers and shit? What was the talk around at that time? What do you think happened?
I just think that somebody baited Kanika to go there when she didn't want to go there. She was supposed to went to the movies with, from what I heard, with Lenore and them, but for some reason, Monifa kept pressuring her to go to that party. Well, Irene didn't want Monifa ass there. So why was she pressured to go to this damn hotel party with a person who wasn't wanted?
Her to go to the
that's
party?
why I'm saying it had the best of setup shit going on.
Wait a minute.
The niggas that was in that party was into it with Kanika brother.
Wait a minute. I thought that Cooking with D had said that Kanika was the one who helped set up the party and that she was going to go anyway.
She did.
So what is the big beef about?
That's my thing. She did.
So what is the big beef about Kanika going to the party? She was going to go to the party anyway. And then what movies is going to start at some 1 o'clock in the morning?
I don't.
Now that
that's the show. That's the late show. That's the last one. They was going to see it right over there on Roosevelt.
Right, but okay, so how could Kanika go to the movies and stuff, but then supposed to go and support her friend as well? Help me to make that make sense.
Because I guess that's why Monifa was pressuring her to go to that party.
The movie. Listen. The movie, the tickets were sold out, and I remember that because Ty tried to go see that movie at the same time as we can see in their footage, and he couldn't go because the tickets were sold out.
Okay, but that's still not answering my question.
You can look at his live when he was at the movie.
My question is again.
That's why I guess she went on here to change the. I guess she went on here to change, but see, this is the thing. The video that I seen, she got friends that was saying that she's supposed to went to the movies with them, But a motherfucker kept calling her. I think Irene kept calling her, asking her was she coming to the damn party. Now I didn't hear anything about. I mean, besides. But if you look at the live with the friends, I thought they were saying Irene.
Well, okay, so
Monifa was the one
she
that
had
kept
some different
blowing
friends.
well, I mean, help me to make this make sense, because now you got you got your narrative, Brazy, you got your narrative, Rico, and then Cooking with D has her narrative.
No, that's not a narrative.
Well, I mean, but she said that
that's
she
not
said
a narrative.
that you heard Cooking with D had said that Kanika had helped Irene set up that party.
Exactly.
Right, and so she was going to go anyway. She didn't need no not important.
I heard exactly what Cooking with D said.
Where's this evidence at?
What I'm trying to say is this. Listen. What I'm trying to say is this, y'all. When Kanika, we see TY on footage going to the movie theater and saying the tickets were sold out. You feel me? We hear Kanika not even here. She got some friends that's sitting in a car that's talking about the shit and saying that Irene kept calling her to go to the party, but Kanika's supposed to went with them to the movies. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going off of what the girl said. That said it was the other friends and motherfucking what you know what they were saying. They said Irene was the one steady calling her to go to the party. Now I know what Cooking with D said, and I remember throughout all this case, I was hearing it was Monifa. But then that video say that. I just seen that video not too long ago again, and it just like refreshed my mind. Like, damn, the girl said that she's supposed to went with them to the movies, but a motherfucker kept blowing her phone up.
Okay, so do you guys think that this was a setup for Kanika to be at that party? And then two, if Kanika did Kanika get her hair flat iron straight by Irene before she had supposed to have left? And
no,
then
she got it done by her sister.
No, that's
she got it done by her sister.
Irene,
you know why?
And Lenore, yeah.
Listen. Yeah, Lenore did her hair, right? If you look at Monifa telling what happened, right? I guess when she was going back and forth with Irene, at the end of her live, when she was talking, she said Lenore had flat ironed my hair. And I looked and I'm like, damn, she flat ironed it. And so she must have just combed it up the way she did and put it in that little ponytail like that. But she said Lenore flat ironed my hair. So that let me know, that confirmed that, and that's the video I'm finna draw. That confirmed that motherfucking you was there with Kanika and Lenora. You know what I'm saying? When Lenora know about 3 and 4.
Okay, so let me ask Rico this then. Let me ask Rico this. There is a video that's out there's a video that's out that's supposed to be Kanika in the bathroom with Monifa, with Monifa, you know, and she's supposed to have been holding her hand to her head and things like that. Do you feel that is Kanika?
I'm trying to guess what video you talking
with me. Can you come up here? I'm gonna drop a link for you if you want to come up here, because I want you to be a part of this conversation. Due to the fact you know shit, I want you to come up here if you don't mind.
Brazy, can you play back that video? It's on the video that you were playing when the fake Kanika was supposed to be in the bathroom with Monifa, and she was supposed to have been saying irritated and all like this, and she was acting all crazy. Can you show that to him?
Fake Kanika is crazy.
Yeah, fake Kanika, because the girl that was in the bathroom with Monifa wasn't really Kanika.
Oh man.
I mean, brother, wait before you start going. Wait a minute. Wait before you start going chiming out and stuff, because I got the proof. I can clearly show you unequivocally and undeniably that girl that's in the bathroom is not Kanika. Because if we're trying to say that girl in the freezer is Kanika, these two girls had two different outfits. The girl in the bathroom is much slimmer than the girl in the freezer. The girl in the bathroom, her pants was ripped, and the girl in the freezer, her pants wasn't at the knee. So before you start chiming out and all like that, Let me show you first, brother, because I got the proof. That's why I was asking you if you knew that or not. This ain't no conspiracy type of shit. I have been looking at these videos and pictures and things, and I've been asking the people. So
Bro,
if you don't know, just say that you don't know.
What is with the yelling? All I said was the fake Kanika shit that you just said is crazy. What is with the yelling?
It ain't crazy because you need to watch the video footage. Brazy, show him the video footage or connect to my channel so I can show this brother what I'm talking about. Because obviously he doesn't know.
Let me see if I got you. Are you saying this is the footage from that I played just a while ago?
Motherfuckers yelling at me like they my daddy or something.
Brother, this is the way that I talk. You from Chicago, so
Yeah,
you don't know how people be talking and stuff out there?
Yeah. They literally, if you
well, I'm from California and this is how we talk.
That's aggressive.
Look, well, I was going to say, if you lived in Chicago talking like that, somebody would have been dealt with you.
Well, I would like for somebody to come down here and deal with me because this is how I've always been.
I'm just answering your question, bro.
No,
if you was in Chicago talking like that, somebody would have dealt with you.
Well, I'm from California, and I wish somebody would come down from Chicago and deal with me.
That's crazy how you think it's all right for you to just sit here and yell at me like that because I said,
my brother, you don't know me. This is how I am. This is how I talk.
Once again, bro, all I'm doing is asking you to respect.
Let's do this.
That's all I'm doing.
Let's do this.
And I just asked you a simple question.
I'm a mute both of y'all for 1 second, right? This is what we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Rico wasn't at the party. I understand that, Greg Ryan. You know what I'm saying? That make a lot of sense. He wasn't at the party. You know, I can't expect you to know the details of what went on inside of the party. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't there. I can't expect you to know everything in a case file. You know what I'm saying? I can't expect that. You know, so we got to kill the you know what I'm saying? We got to kill the back and forth. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, we got to kill it. Let's do this. I'll have different people come up here and politic. You feel me? Cooking with D. If I could do this, I want to if you have anything you want to ask him as far as, you know what I'm saying, this case, or as far as anything, because Cooking with D been around for a while. You know what I'm saying? If you got anything you want to ask him as far as this case, I want to bring. I'm gonna let Edward come down. I'm gonna let Cooking D with D come up. Let me see who else is in here. Latoya. By you being somebody that's close to the family, you know what I'm saying, that know, you know, little things that you know as far as, you know, and I ain't talking about just like bogus shit. I'm talking about just as far as, you know, about them that you can confirm. I wouldn't mind for you to come up to after the Cooking with D come down.
All right, people, I'm going to share the screen in a moment. I just had to get down off of there and things because y'all give me a moment. I'm a call it back up. But this nigga Rico, you know, he's all in his feelings. And the nigga don't know who I am. You know? So I don't give a goddamn if you're from Chicago or not, you know?
I can't expect for you know what I'm saying? I mean, shit. I thought y'all was gonna be able to just politic, you know what I'm saying, back and forth. But it's like Edward aggressive with his conversation, you know what I'm saying? I can't take that from him. You know what I'm saying? He's passionate about this case. So, you know,
I see,
but I'm gonna let Edward come back up here in a minute.
He needs to understand what technology is, because he needs to understand what technology is, because I don't look the same in all my pictures. I look different. It's called filters. Like, Jesus Christ. I got a filter that can make me look skinny as hell with a six-pack. Jesus, man.
Okay, Fresh Source TV. How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good, everybody. How's it going?
I'm
All right, people, I'm back. I'm back. So let me go ahead and speak to this because I didn't quite like what Brazy had did to take me down so this sucker can stay up and to go ahead and talk all of his ghetto nonsense Chicago bullshit type of madness and things. Everybody knows how I am. I am his senior. I'm way older than the little boy. And he's just pissed off because, and he's all in his goddamn feelings and shit, all because I asked him a question that this motherfucker couldn't even answer. Now, he set his ass around here trying to play like he really knows some shit about the Kanika Jenkins case, which, as you can clearly see, he doesn't. You clearly see that. The nigga didn't know shit. But yet he tried to play like as if he knew. And all of this Chicago ghetto bullshit, I don't give a fuck. I talk like that about around and about anybody. And ain't no goddamn nigga is ever going to lift his hands up against me. Period. Give a fuck who it is. My daddy has always taught me it doesn't matter how big or how strong a motherfucker is. You can always take a nigga down by his Achilles heel, you know, and then you beat the shit out of him. See, he can sit up here and he can browbeat Monifa and everybody and all like this and stuff. But see, when a real nigga like me come and talk his shit, now he wants to get all bent out of shape and stuff. I've always been like this, people. I've always talked like this to anybody and everybody and stuff. You know, didn't give a fuck who they were. But the nigga, he's a young buck, and these young bucks, they can't take it. They can't take it, you know? They can't take it when a real man sits up here and talks to them. And then he wants to sit up here and try to talk about respect and shit. No. That was wrong for what Brazy did, but it was okay. It was okay because that's his sucker boy right there. You know, the lollipop kid who got all into his feelings and shit. See, as I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but Everett Joseph couldn't really get a word in because see, I sat back respectfully and listened to everybody and stuff. But then when I'm trying to make a point or try to get a word in and stuff, then I'm all the time getting cut off by both of them. It wasn't just one, but both of them. And I'm kind of like, well, what the fuck? You know, you guys are not answering my question. I had questions, you didn't answer. All you did was just deflected the various things that I was asking. See, real niggas can't have a conversation with me because I'm too deep. I'm too deep. Now I asked several times over. I said, play the goddamn video so the sucker can be able to see the difference in between the girls. Because there was a girl who played Kanika. And neither one of them could even stand up to me to tell me that it was a fake Kanika. They don't believe that. So when you try to prove to people, they don't want to hear what you got to say. When you try to prove to them what you're saying has some validity, they don't want to hear that. Oh no. Let me just go ahead and say what I need to say or show what I need to show and stuff. You know, let me go ahead and deflect. Let me go ahead and change this. Let's not go down that path. See, because they both know that I could have debunked the fucking madness out of them. I didn't give a fuck what they thought, what they said, what the narrative is. The truth is the truth, and the proof is the proof. And that was the proof. Still today, Brazy, Fresh Source, Casey Coyne, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Bossman and Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, all of them, they still could not challenge me upon that. They couldn't challenge me upon that. Because anybody with some goddamn eyes, and you ain't even got to wear no goddamn bifocals to even see that the girl who played Kanika was the girl who played Kanika. You didn't even have to wear no bifocals to see that the outfits was different. You didn't even have to see that the girl was so thin and Kanika was thick. The jackets didn't even match. The pants didn't even match. The faces didn't even match. Even Stevie Wonder couldn't see that shit. See, this is what I'm saying, peoples. This is exactly what I'm saying. See, this is exactly why these people cannot have me on their channel to try to challenge me upon the Kanika Jenkins case, because they would just run with what they want to run with, and they'll believe what they want to believe. But then when I'm starting to bring out some things and I'm saying, okay, well, I asked the question, answer my question. You wouldn't answer my question. You keep deflecting. You keep deflecting. You keep deflecting. You keep cutting me off. You keep over talking me. You keep wanting to take it to a whole nother level and shit. How long have I been talking like this all night to the sucker? And then all of a sudden now he wants to get into his feelings. How long was I doing it, people? It's all goddamn night. And then when I try to ask him a question, I can never get my questions answered. Anything that I was asking, I can't get it answered. But it's all the time changing the topic, changing the subject, going on to something else and stuff. Why can't anybody answer my question? Neither one of them answered my question. Neither one of them, it still never showed the goddamn video. Now we're going to have Fresh Source get on here and she's going to shoot her shot and things. But see, that's the thing, peoples. I don't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck about TM then, and I don't give a fuck about her now. And I'll talk about her ass just like I talk about anybody. You know? There's certain things that the people will not challenge me upon when it comes down to this Kanika Jenkins case. They won't challenge me upon that. You know? They don't have nothing to say. They all the time want to deflect. Or overtalk you or try to cut you off. That's why I like doing my lives and shit, because, you know, I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to say what I need to say. And this is why I don't really go to too many people's channels and things, because of the simple fact is, it's simply this. They can't handle me. They can't handle me. You know? When you really want to get down into the nitty-gritty and really talk about this case and things and ask questions about certain things, they don't want to go down that path. And the reason why they don't want to go down that path, because they know that I'm right. They still couldn't debunk me, peoples, even till this day. And it doesn't matter what the narrative is. I get it. I understand what they feel. I understand what they're saying, but they still the proof is the proof, peoples. The videos is the videos, the pictures is the pictures. And all you have to do is just open up your goddamn eyes and look at it and see. I've already shown you the girl who played Kanika. She was in the car with Monifa. You clearly seen her clear as daylight. They don't want to touch that. Oh, no. Don't want to touch that. See, I'm not up for playing tiddlywink games and shit. I'm just too real. I just call it out. You know, I just call it out. I think that was a sucker move on Brazy's part for him bringing me off and then bringing Fresh Source up and then having this sucker stay up there. I think that was a sucker move. We all could have been up there. But you're not going to you don't want the people to be beefing and things and stuff. Well, nobody was beefing. I was just asking questions and answering questions. And then I was just trying to get some things clarified. How many times have I asked, play the video? Several topics that I brought up, and I said, play the video, because that would have brought clarity out of confusion. This sucker thought that he knew every goddamn thing. Well, then my question was, if he brought him up, this guy is sitting around here talking about, he talked to Della Dakova and all like this stuff, man. Della Dakova said this and that and that. He's having a conversation, Della Dakova. Well, people, as you can see, Della Dakova was the main one who lied with the narratives. He's the main one who put this bullshit together. So what the fuck can Della Dakova tell Edward Joseph? Or you or anybody? Not a motherfucking thing. Because if truth be told, peoples, if you ever read the goddamn case files, you would clearly see for yourself all of that bullshit and madness doesn't make no sense whatsoever goddamn ever. But leave it up to Edward Joseph. You know, he's too controversial. He's too loud. He's too aggressive. Well, goddamn it, I am who I am, and I will always be who I will be. And I don't give a fuck whose channel, whose panel I'm on. I'm always going to shoot my shot. And I'm always going to keep it real and 100. See, babies can't handle the bottle, peoples. They can't handle the bottle. You know? Babies can't handle the bottle. They're all the time sucking on the goddamn nipple. But when you give the baby too much to drink, then they go ahead and start regurgitating. They get irritable. They get sassy and they start crying and whining and shit. And so there's a couple of things you do with the baby. You change the shit out of the goddamn diapers and wipe them clean. Or you go in there, put them on a nice little pillow and put a blanket over them and lay their asses down and tell their ass to shut the fuck up. Go to sleep. See, peoples, I played this live for a reason. I played this live for a reason because I wanted the people, first and foremost, to go back and look at, you know, some of the things that was done back in the day and how my lives was and stuff. Although this was his live and I was video recording it, but, you know, we already planned on me being on a live and things. I'm never going to sugarcoat shit for nobody. I'm always going to keep it real and 100, and I'm always going to shoot my shot, and I'm always going to say what I need to say. Now, they don't believe that there was girls who played Kanika, and that's fine. That's fine. I've never asked them to believe me, but I've already proven it. I've already proven it. They didn't disprove me. None of them ever disproved me, but I did prove it, and that's all that matters to me. So at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what any of you say, any of you believe, or any of you think and stuff, because at the end of the day, I've already proven it. And that's where I stand. And I stand 10 toes down with that. So if any sucker can come on to my live and disprove me, or prove me wrong, or debunk me, well, then be my guest. Come on. Let's go. Because see, the thing is, people's clearly this. See, I just have a meticulous mind. You know, I have a meticulous mind. Where you suckers sit and dwell upon little itty bitty things and stuff, and then try to build a narrative behind something that you feel is right. I look at the overall picture, and I keep, every time I go goddamn live, I keep bringing out something new, something different. And then I keep asking the people, how in the fuck could this have happened if we go by the narrative that was given? You suckers can't even give a rebuttal to it. But yet you all the time moaning and groaning under your goddamn breath. That's why I love doing what I do. That's why I love talking my shit and shooting my shot. Because motherfuckers can't handle it. I will run rings around every goddamn person that ever talked about this Kanika Jenkins case. And I don't give a fuck whether we've been politicking forever and a day or not. I'm still going to shoot my shot. And I'm still going to tell you what I think and what I feel, and I'm going to show you unequivocally and undeniably. And I've always done that. Always. See, niggas cannot accept real. They can't. They can't accept real. And be careful by what you say, because see, I will take your own words and your own narrative, and I will spin that shit and throw it right back in your goddamn face and make you eat that shit. And make you wish that you never even said any goddamn thing. Because some of you people with your you goddamn narratives and stuff, for all of this time you guys have been talking about this Kanika Jenkins case, you guys really don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, let's just be honest. Because many of you go ramble and rumble at the mouth, and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And then you're going to sit up here and try to get mad and try to defend what you say. So let's be real for one moment. Now, it ain't what Edward Joseph said. It's what was said by her sister, Lenore Harris. Lenore Harris has stated, and still none of you suckers can ever make sense of it. But you give a narrative as if you really know. Now, Lenore Harris had clearly stated that number 3 and number 4 that was at the party, they need to be looked at in my sister's phone. That's what she stated. That's what she told the police. It's in the case files, peoples. It's in the case files. That's what Lenore stated. So why would Lenore, out of all of this bullshit and madness that's going on, why would she state number 3 and 4? So it didn't matter what goddamn narrative you made or what you've been saying. Lenora, Kanika Jenkins' sister, had said that. Why? She said it for a goddamn reason. And you motherfuckers can't even figure that shit out. But yet she was supposed to not up there selling her kitty cat and doing all of this shit. But she clearly said, and it's in the goddamn case files, police check out number 3 and number 4. So who does she know as number 3 and number 4? Because you know Lenora was a hot mama herself. You know Lenora all the time bending her big fat ass all everywhere, every time she get an opportunity to. So she was just as close to Kanika to know the people in her phone. Number 3 and number 4. And so if Kanika did not know number 3 and number 4, well, why was they in her phone? And why did Lenore call them out? She called them out for a reason. She called them out for a reason. Number 3 and number 4. And number 3 and number 4 was not black. It wasn't black. They were older white men, or some type of Asian, not Asian, but some type of foreigner. Well, you know, we like to say Mexican because any light-skinned people, you know, we all the time call them Mexican, but they could have been Iranian or whatever. Sudan. But Lenore clearly stated number 3 and number 4. So make that make sense, peoples. So why you want to sit up here and you want to talk all of this bullshit and madness and doing all of this goddamn research that you guys proclaim that you have done and things? Help me to make that make sense. Who in the fuck was number 3 and number 4, and why would Lenora just come out the blue and tell the police to check number 3 and number 4 out in Kanika's phone? Well, that already tells you something, peoples. It already tells you something right there. She already knew who Kanika was coming down there to see in the phone. TM didn't say it. Lenore did. So when you suckers want to sit up here and when you want to give a narrative to this Kanika Jenkins case and all like this, well then let's focus upon number 3 and number 4 in the phone and ask yourself, why did Lenore say that? Because she clearly said it, peoples. You can't take that away. That's a part of the case files. Can't take it away. So who in the fuck is number 3 and number 4? The suckers cannot even answer it. Is exactly my point. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. All right, peoples, let's listen in on what they had to say.
All right, I'm all right. Welcome to Brazy After Dark. How you doing?
I'm okay. How's it going, Rico?
It's going all right.
Yeah, they're
gotta be
on
better
the
than
captain
all right. It
and
gotta
stuff.
be
That
better
nigga,
than
he
all
don't
right.
know
I
shit
don't
about
even know.
technology.
because
Yeah, I'm just trying
That's
my
because
best
his
not
ass
to
went to jail and was out there and stuff.
take it
This
there,
nigga don't
man.
know shit.
I've been
He's
so
just out
good
there
for
for
all
clout
these
and
years.
stuff.
This is why I stepped in the shadows. You know what I'm saying?
See,
I'm
now
only
it's
doing
it's
this
all
because
about
Brazy, my
him.
homie.
Is it?
I
I
never
went to
leave him,
jail and I went to
high and
this, I
dry.
went to
But
that. Who
man,
gives a
oh
fuck?
man,
this nigga don't know
Oh, I
shit.
know everybody's emotional, still emotional about this case. But that's the thing to remember to keep our emotions covered so we can tell the story as accurate as we possibly can. How you doing, Mr. Edward? Is he still here?
Edward in the chat right now.
Oh, he's in the chat. Okay.
yeah, he in the chat telling me I need to learn technology. How old is Mr. Edward, man?
I'm your daddy, boy.
Like, man,
Let me get back up on this thing.
I guess he know technology better than me because I could have sworn
So,
that
did you have
this
anything?
technology these days is for the kids.
So Rico, let's go back to
So first source. Okay.
yes. Go ahead, Brazy.
No, go ahead. You know what? What it is when I say something, it got me lagging.
All right, put me back. Put me back up.
It wasn't Kanika in the casket. Now you were there. You were physically there. So, just speak a little bit about your experience at Kanika's funeral. What did you observe? You know, as far as her body, as far as the people who attended, the friends and stuff. Give us a little insight about how they behave and things like that, if you don't mind.
All right, now finally, a real question. All right, so my experience of being there, everything was legit. Everything. If this was fake, it wouldn't be as legit as it was. You had Bree Bree showing real emotion, and a lot of people was hovered around Bree Bree. Monifa wandered off away from the crowd, and it made me follow her. I tried to get as much information off her as I could, and she was just crying and laughing at the same time. So she said she just kept saying I shouldn't left her. I should never left her. And I just kept saying, who did you leave her with? And that's when she did not say anything. So that's why I say she know more than what was said. And that's why I continue to say the friend was the setup and the hotel helped cover it up. The hotel showed us those videos that we believe a lot of people say it was a reenactment. I believe they showed us the correct video, but not enough evidence in the videos that really happened. Because I feel like it was a lot missing out that they had to edit and pinpoint in. On terms of the body, yes, that was Kanika's body. A lot of people's bodies look different, especially when you get dressed up, makeup, a bomber fluid go in you. I don't think people know what a bomber fluid do to the body. My grandma ain't look, I was just at a funeral. My grandmother's funeral. She ain't look the same.
I agree. I agree. Embalming fluid plays a big part on how the body is gonna look. It all depends on the person who's preparing the body and if they get those fluids accurately, depending on the amount of the mixture of the embalming fluid. If they don't put enough in it, you're gonna look lighter. If they put too much in it, you're gonna look darker. So yeah, from personal experience, I do agree with that. Um, as far as for Monifa, you said she was laughing and crying. So, from your perspective, uh, laughing and crying, that's a double emotion. So, what did you feel about that when you saw her laughing and crying? How did that make you feel?
It made me feel sorry for her because I felt like she got herself into something that is hard to get out of. That's why I
Hmm.
said what I said on terms of me being from Chicago, set up people when you see set up people because you could feel the mysterious vibe from them. Like during the entire time when her friend, right after she found out her friend died, she went online to celebrate with a lot of money. Who does that after just losing their best friend?
Okay, so here we go with the Chicago bullshit again. Just because the motherfucker is from Chicago, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? You from Chicago? Who gives two rats asses that the motherfucker is from Chicago? What does that have to do with the Kanika Jenkins case? Now, for all of those people who said that Kanika wasn't set up, well, this wasn't a setup. Now you got the sucker from Chicago saying that she was set up. You know, set up girls when you see them. Oh, really? So you know so much, Rico, huh? You know so much just because your ass is from Chicago, just because you've been in jail for umpteen times and stuff. Now he finally has a chance to tell the world what he feels about the Kanika Jenkins case. And notice how he only focused upon one person, and that is Monifa.
That's what made the situation about money. We don't know if she got paid to do what she did, because only Monifa know what Monifa did. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to explain further about Monifa than what I could just feel from her because of my past experience with situations that happened to me with women that I know for a fact that's into some shit.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of feel like Monifa might have played a part in setting Kanika up in some sort of way.
Yes, because why do you want to go around a person who you that don't like you? And it's a lot of dudes there. A few of them is into it with Kanika brother. Maybe that's why Kanika wanted to leave. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying it's false. At this point now, it's just my opinion. The
Right.
same thing could be said with Irene. If Irene knew that Monifa was coming with Kanika, why she ain't just tell Kanika then just don't come at all?
Correct. But according to Irene, the conversation that she and Kanika had was that she knew that she was. I think it was Irene wasn't messing with Monifa at the time. But as long as Monifa, stayed in her place, it was cool. As long as she didn't start no mess, it was cool that she come. So that's how Monifa ended up going to that party.
Right, but you got to understand this too. If it's dudes there that's into it with Kanika's, brother and Monifa, if I'm not, if I could remember this, I think Monifa was a part of a rival gang where that's against Kanika's brother. But due to
Okay.
Monifa and Kanika being best friends,
So let me ask you. So let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Which brother we talking about? We talking about Kenny or we talking about Lenora baby daddy Yodi that she always
Kenny.
called her brother?
We talking about Kenny. People forgetting that Kenny is a gang, a member, and he was in tour with a few people who was at that party.
Okay.
So who knows? Maybe one of them wanted to do something to Kanika to retaliate on Kenny. Who
I think we
knows?
spoke a little bit about that the other night. Brazy, did we speak on Kenny the other
Yes.
night, or we did, right? And how, yeah, that could have made being that
We
Kanika
spoke
saw that.
on that could have triggered them.
Right. And
No,
so,
no, no, no. I'm listening to you. Go ahead. This is the delay that I got right now. So it's like it's
yeah,
making it like, just go ahead. What you was gonna say though?
I'm getting a delay as well. No, I was just saying that we
Okay, so now the narrative changes. Now it's Kenny and the beef that he has with some of the people that was at the party and things. Okay, so the guys is going to beat up Kanika because they have a beef with Kenny. I mean, people listen to all of the different narratives. First is Franz Cabe and the beverage manager. Then it's the other gang members and stuff. Now it's Munifa and Shemaya. And then it's TM. And then it's the other gang members and all. It's the Wilson brothers. You know, I mean, goddamn. So every goddamn body is up against Kanika. But this is all speculation and conjecture. You know, it's all speculation and conjecture. Because all right, so now if we was to go and run with that narrative that Kenny, the guys who hated Kenny's guts and stuff had something to do with Kanika, what does that have to do with all of the other people? What does that have to do with Franz Cave? What does that have to do with the beverage manager? What does that have to do with the maintenance man? What does that have to do with the what with the housekeeper? What does that have to do with anybody? What does that have to do with Monifa? I mean, I just need you guys to think about that for one moment. Because if we're going to start implicating all of these other people into this goddamn narrative, well, then who in the fuck killed Kanika? Boy, you guys be killing me. You guys be killing me with all of this bullshit. But let's listen in.
kind of touched on that the other night, and that could have been part of the reason why she did feel uncomfortable and wanted to leave so soon after they got to the party. You know, because according to the paperwork, she got there at 1:13 a.m. in the morning, and then shortly after,
Right.
a phone call was made um, to Shemaya. She was uncomfortable. She wanted to go. Now, this is what Shemaya said.
A phone call was made to Shemaya. Where in the fuck was Kanika? Why would Kanika have to go and call Shemaya? Where's that in the goddamn case files? That Kanika called Shemaya. And that Kanika wanted to leave right after she came. I mean, come on, people. Where in the fuck is this proof at? What is it in the case files that Kanika wanted to leave right after she came to the party? Really? Well, why in the fuck did Kanika just leave? She didn't have to call Shemaya. She didn't have to call Bree. She didn't have to call Monifa. She the one who was supposed to have driven down there, right? Let's listen in, peoples.
right? And then shortly after that is when, it was like we
Right,
hear
right.
Monifa telling her this stuff about her not enjoying herself, and she's saying, "Yeah, I am enjoying myself." Then she goes out into the hallway, and then that's when she ends up missing.
Exactly. And what would make a woman feel uncomfortable? It's
And
multiple
then
things that'll make a woman feel uncomfortable. It's either somebody want to get on some freaky stuff and she not on that, or it'll be because it's somebody there that she don't fuck with, or if she got siblings, she knows somebody there who don't fuck with her sibling of hers. So now she feel that her life may be in danger. That's what
Exactly.
I'm trying to.
Oh my God, peoples, you guys listen to this bullshit. I mean, okay, so now, I mean, it was just so fucking cut and dry. So Shemaya goes, so Kanika goes and calls Shemaya. Well, I'm ready to go, but yet she's going to sit her ass there and get drunk, and she's feeling uncomfortable. If Kanika was uncomfortable within the first few minutes of getting there, why in the fuck would she stay there and get drunk? And why in the fuck would she stay there and call Shemaya? Because last that I read in the goddamn case files that Lenora was supposed to have got a phone call from Kanika. But she never mentioned anything about Lenora. She just only mentioned about Shemaya. So where in the fuck in the case files does it say that Kanika called Shemaya? Where are they getting this narrative? But yet they all agree. They all are in agreement that yeah, it just happened the way that Fresh Source Cooking with D had just said. They're all in agreement with it. But where is the goddamn evidence, peoples? Where is the fucking proof? Because now you're just throwing some shit together. Okay, yeah. Kanika called Shemaya, and then Monifa is up here saying, well, you need to be enjoying yourself. And Kanika, I'm not drunk. I am enjoying myself. I mean, it was just so smooth how she just told the narrative. But where's the fucking proof? Where is the text message that Kanika had texted Shemaya and told her I'm ready to go? When did that happen? I mean, they just talking like, yeah, that happened. So it's funny how when Cooking with D come onto the platform, now everybody's in agreement with her. But when I'm trying to ask a few questions and stuff, well then I can't even get a goddamn word in. Really? I can't get a motherfucking word in. But yet Cooking with D, she comes on and she just says some shit. And then everybody's in agreement with it. Nobody is telling her to be quiet. Nobody's over talking her. Nobody is deflecting. But yet she can say whatever the fuck she wants to say, and now everybody's in agreement with it. Really? Interesting. So let's listen to this, peoples.
Say when you live in Chicago and you got siblings that's into it with people who you around.
Here we go with this motherfucking living in Chicago bullshit. Who gives a fuck about living in Chicago? I can't stand it when people use that clout status. Well, I'm from Chicago. I live in Chicago. Who gives a fuck? What does living in Chicago have to do with the Kanika Jenkins case? Not a goddamn thing. Because the way that you lived ain't the way that she lived. What you been through ain't what she been through. And the Chicago bullshit ain't got nothing to do with the Kanika Jenkins case. Peoples, I don't live in Chicago. And I don't give a fuck about the people who live in Chicago. Because living in Chicago ain't got shit to do with this case. It ain't got shit to do with what happened in Irene's life. It ain't got shit to do with what happened at the Crown Plaza. So just because your yellow banana ass was at a protest, what the fuck does that mean to Edward Joseph? Just because your ass was at the funeral home or funeral service, what the fuck does that have to do with Edward Joseph? Who gives a fuck? There was a lot of people more than you who was at the Crown Plaza, that was at the protest, and that was at the funeral, and their asses had said that wasn't Kanika in the casket. A lot of people said that. A lot of people said that. So we're going to take the word of P, Rico. Really, peoples?
Of course, if I was that's like to say if I was into it with her brother, I seen his sister. Why would I not want to do something to his sister to retaliate on what he did to me and my people?
Mm-hmm.
People need to understand that. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying. For her to be pressured to go to that party, I feel like Irene and Monifa knew more than what they said.
But Fresh Source had just told you, peoples, that she was not pressured, that her and Irene had already planned this. She already planned to go to the party. So where does the pressure comes in? She just told you. She just told you that her and Kanika and Irene had planned this. She was already going to the party. So where's the pressure comes in? Where does the pressure come in? And then I'm kind of like, well, Fresh Source, why aren't you correcting this sucker? Because you're the one who said it. See, y'all see the difference now whenever Joseph get on the panel and start talking and start saying something, and then Fresh Source get on there. Now everybody is starting to agree with her. But yet she chooses not to correct the boy. Because that's what she said. It ain't what I said, it's what she said. But we dare not correct P. Rico. Interesting.
I understand
But
Kanika help. If y'all saying Kanika help us with that party, all right, cool. That's something new to me. I ain't heard that. But it's the fact that I heard that Monifa was the one that was pressuring her to go. If that's not true, all right, I'm wrong. But it's the fact that she was ready to go. Why wasn't her friends having her back? You came there with her, you was supposed to left with her. Monifa, you was supposed to make sure that y'all both left if she not feeling comfortable.
That's right.
That's why I'm on Monifa the way I'm on her. Y'all been friends since kindergarten. This is your best friend. You was supposed to make sure that both of y'all got up out of there. If she said it's an upstairs, that's into it with her brother.
yeah.
But due to Monifa knowing them, she thinking, oh, I could talk to them and they ain't gonna get on that. No, bitch. It's time to go.
But again, according to Irene, when she put out the video, I think she was responding to a video that Monifa had put out. The video when Shakara, her sister, says that Kanika was laying on the bed, Brazy. That video. That's the video I'm talking about. Irene said a lot of stuff in that video. You know, um, she almost accused Monifa of doing something to Kanika without accusing her.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? Like when stuff get out, they start when pressure get applied on them, they start telling on each other. Because
Exactly.
Irene
Right.
said something. She said something to me similar at when I was working at Circle K gas station. She said that she a backdoor bitch. She got her own friend. Why would you tell me that she got her own friend killed and shit? I mean, yeah, I was there protesting because she said she knew who I was.
Exactly. She accused her of being with the ops and I believe even living with the ops or something like that.
Exactly. She said that Monifa be around the same niggas who Kanika brother into it with. That's why I keep saying that Monifa is the setup in a hotel. Just covered that shit up because they're
So
five-star
if that's the case, then the video I dropped that I made when I showed the guys running up out of there, they was the last set of guys. They never went up to the party, but they went to us. They went to the elevator or some shit. But they came in, and it was said that one of them was Monifa's boyfriend. Somebody said the dude in the checkered shirt was her guy, or was a nigga she was fucking with, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But all I know is on the video footage, they run up out of there. Then here come the dude with the gray hoodie on coming through the parking lot with Monifa and them. And then he walk off to his car and get in his shit and then pull off and then ride around the other side where the boys ran out at, and you see them all jumping in the car.
And that could have been when
now, that's on video. That's parking lot footage.
Yeah, that could have been when something was done. Somebody probably did something to it and like it said, damn, this is my opinion at this point. So please don't say, oh, Rico said this and that. When people run like that,
go ahead. I know.
When people run and do the stuff that you just explained, Brazy, two things had to have happened. Something very bad had happened, or something that they was intended to, they had to attend to. Because why else would a motherfucker run like that? You know what I'm saying? You running from something or you running towards something. This dude, Mr. Edward Joseph, is very funny in this comment section. Keep talking about, I'm trying to use Chicago for clout. Look, let me tell you something, brother. In the 30 years I've been living in Chicago, motherfuckers been knew me. No matter if I won or lost the fight. Motherfuckers was on 48th and Union. SD crazy. Bro, like, I'm gonna stop encouraging. I'm gonna stop just looking at your messages, real talk, because you sound crazy, bro. Don't worry about it. I'll take a trip to California one day, and I'll let you know I'm in Cali. We come see each other face to face since I'm old enough to be son, all that bullshit. I ain't listening to you, bro. Like, real talk, because he one of those, bro. Like, you can't. He one of those. If he don't have his way, he act like a baby, bro. That's what he doing right now. Act like a big ass baby.
Penis Rico sits up here and wants to clout and talks about he's from goddamn Chicago. Penis Rico. He's the fucking dick that sits up here. Who gives about your goddamn history? You know? He wants to clown about Chicago. I've been on Fifth Street in Bransonwood. Who gives a fuck? See, that's why I said what I said in the chat. That's why I said in what I said in the chat. And that's why I was antagonizing his ass. Because Penis Rico is all in his fucking feelings. He's like P. Diddy. He don't like pussy, he likes dick. He's a dickhead. He's a sucker. He's a motherfucking lollipop. That is your typical average black nigga that sits up here and want to talk about a case that he has nothing, he don't know shit. Just a clown ass. Now I want to see why everybody got on his ass. You know? Well, I'm from Chicago. Who gives two rats asses? Notice how he, on one hand, sits here and say, well, he talks like he really knows some shit. And then on the other hand, he talks about what he heard. Not what he know, but what he heard. Well, a lot of people heard a lot of shit. That don't make it law. Diddy Rico.
He too damn old to be acting like this in this comment section. Since I'm old enough to be his son, bro, show respect. Like real talk. I'm just saying
Yeah,
what I know.
I'm trying to make things respectful, man. We fucking live on YouTube, man. This is raw and uncut. Y'all hear what's going on. We just having a conversation, man. It's Brazy After Dark. You feel me?
Well, Rico,
I feel like Rico, when it come down to this shit, man. Okay.
Go ahead, Brazy. I'm listening.
What you was going to say, First Source?
Well, I was fixing to say there were a lot. It seems like and I said this before that uh, it was a perfect storm for something bad to happen to Kanika that night. There were a lot of different elements, things happening at the same time, when this party took place. And it was kind of like a perfect storm, and she ended up dying in that way. Now, I want to talk on the security guard about the security guard, being that now that the settlement is over, and in the settlement, part of the agreement was Teresa
Right.
settled with a Crown Plaza Hotel. Uh, they were liable for Kanika's death, and also the security guard and the security company. So, Rico, this is just your opinion, but can you speak to um, if you ever had any suspicions about the security guard in the beginning, how you felt about that? Now we know for a fact that um, we can say for a fact that he was the one who locked Kanika in that freezer. So, did you have any suspicions about him from the footage that you saw? Um, if you did see any, I remember seeing him running around the hotel, and he was one that I was always suspicious about. You know, at one point he uh was running around the hotel. He ran to get a jacket, and then he goes, somewhere, and we don't see him again. But at the time he went to get the jacket, he was running around frantically. So, if you remember anything about that, can you speak to that?
Nah, that's a good question too. Where my thoughts on when I first saw that video, I thought he was like running away from an altercation that was happening, and
Hmm.
when he was able to see what happened, he ran to go get, you know, the jacket or hoodie to go
Hmm.
try to comfort the person who he may have protected from that altercation. Now, when they
Hmm.
said that he went back to Mexico or something, he flew out.
Yes.
That's when I started getting fishy. Like, wait, why he had to fly back to Mexico? Like, what the fuck going on? Did they let the killer escape? Like, of course, that'll go through anybody's mind. He was a little bit, fishy to
I'm
me
gonna drop.
because when I seen
I'm gonna
him,
drop
just how the
down
way he was
off of the
operating
thing,
himself is
and
what made me
I'm gonna share the
feel he was
live.
a fishy person.
So we're gonna do
Right.
it
I
like this.
can't completely say he a bad,
So let me turn on the sound.
but I know he knows something also because ain't no way when I was looking at that video of him doing that running, why was he doing that running? Because like I said, ain't no way Kanika was roaming that five-star hotel without anybody noticing something was not right. Even the
Right.
people who stand at the hotel, ain't no way it wasn't no calls, none of that. Something happened.
Now, according to Mama Teresa, she said that somebody was in that, you know, after during the uh the litigation of the civil lawsuit. Towards the end, she stated that somebody was in that uh that kitchen area with her daughter for 2 hours. Did you know that, Rico?
Somebody was supposed to be in the kitchen with her for 2 hours.
For
Yeah,
approximately
they
two
said
hours.
that.
That's
Said an
awkward as fuck.
employee.
An employee, yes.
I just know from
Yeah, that came out in the courtroom. Goddamn it.
yeah, I remember the video. You remember that? You remember the
This
videos that was
nigga don't
shown
know
when
half
she
the
was
shit.
stumbling in the
He's just over
kitchen,
here just
Brazy,
for some
and
pulp
looking
chatting
like some people
and
was
stuff.
chasing
That's
after
because
her.
his ass went to jail, which he should have went to jail and
If
stuff.
you see the
But he's
reflection
a
in
little
You
gangster
talking about
boy.
that? That when she came around that
He's
corner real
about the
hard?
same age as my son,
yeah,
so
it
he
looked like
needs
somebody
to
was
have some
like
respect for his
chasing
elders.
after her or some shit when she was stumbling through the kitchen. It was like
Oh,
before
you
the
talking? She was
video
stumbling
that
through
it
the
looked like
kitchen.
somebody
I
grabbed
felt
her
like that
arm.
because I felt like she look. Now I'm talking about when she came through that kitchen and did that circle. She looked back at somebody.
Hold on 1 second.
This nigga don't know
Yeah.
anything about this case.
I don't know. Did you ever see that fresh source when she came through that kitchen and did that circle on that kitchen? It looked like she looked back at somebody.
Um, was that the lower level
I'm
kitchen
gonna
or
try
the
to.
upper
Let me
level
see if I.
kitchen?
That was the lower level kitchen when she did that circle. She kind of like turned back and looked, and you know what I'm saying. It made me wonder like why she do that. But then I felt like she did it because somebody was behind her. I always felt like France Cave and them was behind her. I'm shit.
Notice how when I
I
asked
always feel
him,
like
did
that.
Shamaya
It's
and
just
Monifa take her out the room,
Is
he
Rico
can't
still
speak to
there?
that. But
he at
now
work, so
he's going
he
to sit
said
here
if
and
you
Oh,
try
say
to
hold
speak to
on, that's
other
because
things in his
he
case.
oh,
It's
he's
he's
amazing.
busy
still
right
here
now.
though.
Okay. I wanted to get his take on,
Yeah, he at work,
or
but he said that
if he knew anything, if he ever heard Mama Teresa
if he
speak about that kitchen. You know,
How is he going to speak about the kitchen? The nigga don't even know about Irene's
because
life.
you
we,
said what happened about the
uh,
kitchen?
I wanted to uh ask him if he ever heard Mama Teresa speaking about that kitchen, personally. Like if he was around her
Right.
when she ever spoke about that kitchen, because there were conversations about that kitchen that they recorded, um, you know, and it gave us a little insight about uh, where where they say Kanika was found. But then if we go back to the footage and
Right.
it doesn't sound like that was where she was actually found at, not that freezer, because Mama Teresa was describing something else. She wasn't describing the area where Kanika was actually found.
All right, I'm back.
You say
So
she wasn't
Rico,
describing that area.
she had got on camera one day and she was describing an area where they took her through her in Lenore, and that didn't sound like the area where we see they found Kanika at. And I wanted to ask Rico if he personally heard Mama Teresa describe that kitchen area where they found her daughter at.
See that I didn't get a chance to talk to Mama
Right.
Teresa deeply about those type of that. I
Hmm.
just didn't want to like be a type of person that just out there just to try to get information off of it, then go on YouTube and say, hey, Mama
You didn't
Teresa
want to
told me
pry.
this and that. Because I did something like that and I had her on the phone and then she got upset with me because, it's an ongoing case. You technically don't supposed to
Right,
be speaking about that because it's personal information within the family. So on my
right,
end, I did take the fall for that because that is wrong. But I didn't think to, like speak to her all the time about the case because I didn't want her to feel like I was just out there to learn about the case so I could try to profit off of it.
right. I understand.
When?
You were being respectful of her situation. Yeah,
Exactly. Is what everybody should be respectful of, people's situations when they go through the things they go through because we don't owe her a damn thing. She don't owe us a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? All we want is justice for her daughter. And I'm sure she appreciate everybody who truly, respectfully want the same thing.
Hear nobody. Can y'all are y'all talking? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I
I can
can
hear
hear
you.
you, Brazy. So I came in. I know I came
Okay,
in
okay.
late. I just woke up and click. Well, actually, one of my phones was on, and I heard you guys talking on here, and I jumped in. So I know it's a lot of things that I missed in the beginning. When I came in, sound like you guys were having a heated discussion. Um,
I wouldn't
I
say
don't
it's
want to
heated.
be
I just feel like that this is why I say I don't like being around people who are activists because they all have an agenda. I'm not here to try to outshine nobody else in their opinion. I do feel like, and this is my opinion, Mr. Edward is trying to outshine me and compete with me on what I know versus what he feel that he want me to know. And I keep telling him the information that he wants out of me, I don't know it all. So I'm gonna just answer what I can. But he is continuing to come at me the wrong way.
Right, I understand. But we have to understand also that Edward sometimes is a bit animated, and he tries to get the information out of people. I don't think that he's really that's just his tone. I don't think that he's really being disrespectful. He's just trying to draw more information out of you. Um, but at the same time, this is what I want to speak to since I have it on my mind. And we're gonna go to religion for a minute. You just said that you were an Israelite, right?
Yes, I am.
So, okay, explain to me about we're gonna go all the way to death, right? So in your, I don't want to say religion because I know it's not really classified as a religion. Uh, but in passing, when a person passes as an Israelite, what type of uh, uh, we call it, and Christians call it a homegoing service. But when an Israelite passes, what kind of send off does the family give? Are you guys still connected to um, like the send off? Would you would your family take your body to um, like have a Christian burial?
I would love them to, but they technically wouldn't have to. I prefer to be cremated actually with Israelite symbol on my urn.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, I'm glad you said that because we're going to speak on this. It was said uh, that Mama Teresa is an Eastern Star,
I heard about
right?
that. I heard about
Okay.
that.
So now I don't know if you know, but like I said, we're not gonna use the word religion. We're gonna, it's a way of life. The Israelites, just as the Christians are. That's why I don't want to use the word religion, because true Christians, it's a way of life. Um, we have a Christian burial. Uh, depending on what type of Christian you are, you're going to have either a Catholic funeral, Baptist, whatever, right? But with the Eastern Stars, from my experience working in the community, dealing with with uh, the Eastern Stars and the Masons, right? Because as an activist, we get a chance to work with different uh, people in different spiritual aspects: Masons, Israelites, Eastern Stars, Catholics, all religions come together in the community to do work, right? In the experiences that I've had with Masons and Eastern Stars, I've never seen an Eastern Star have a Christian burial. Okay. A lot of people say that Mama Teresa is an Eastern Star.
Which is false.
But if that is true, being that she is an Eastern Star, her daughter would be the daughter of an Eastern Star.
The daughter,
Therefore,
her daughter would be
she
the
would
daughter of
not
Solomon.
have a Christian burial.
Exactly. Her daughter would be the daughter of Solomon.
There
And
you go.
if she had any connections with Masonry, which is people saying Mama Teresa had connection with Eastern Stars, I did not see a symbol on a necklace that Mama Teresa may have worn that represented Eastern Star, and they have to wear that if they are connected. Now the funeral, it did not have no masonry, Eastern Star like anything to it. That's why I was telling people the Mason stuff and the sacrifice, because the Mason stuff sounds crazy, because this goes to the book, Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth. You mean to tell me Solomon is okay with sacrifices going on of his children? That's what I'm saying. It goes deep when people speak sacrifice.
Exactly. But I
That's why I
wanted
was
to,
trying my best to debunk that stuff, but people kept going along with it because they getting Masons mixed up with Illuminati.
right, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I said, when I was explaining to you, giving, letting you know which way I was going. I, as a Christian, I'm Catholic, but I have worked with Israelites. I have worked with the women uh, under the Masonic order, who are called Eastern Stars. Um, I have worked with the Masons. We come together to do a work for the community. And the Masons that we're speaking of, this lower level of Masonic order, is not the same thing uh, that goes into that sacrificing and all of that. First of all, these are Black Masons. Um, these people don't have a lot of money. When we speak Illuminati and that on that level, we're speaking of people in high places.
Like the Diddy
You
type
understand
of
what I'm
people.
saying?
Yeah.
We're not speaking of the people who are out in the community, raising money to pay their neighbors' light bill, or doing school drives for the kids. These are the kinds of Masons that we know. You have to be on a different level to get to that Illuminati level. And there is some in that Masonic order, but the it's not the locals. It's not the lower level. It's not the Black people. I can say that. So
Right.
uh, uh, I just wanted to speak on that, and I just wanted to let the community know as well that in if Teresa was an
Okay.
Eastern Star, her daughter would have had to have that type of homegoing service. Her
That,
daughter had a Christian homegoing service.
in the I see a comment that Mr. Evans said his question I got answered. When you mentioned the fake Kanika in the mirror in the bathroom, when Monifa, whoever did the little recording on live, when you in the mirror, your image is going to look different than how your phone is pointing. Your right is going to be your left, and your left is going to be your right, depending on how the video is motion captured. So the fake Kanika stuff, that's why I said that's crazy.
See, this is why I don't deal with suckers, because the sucker never wants to listen. They never want to listen. They all the time running their big fat ass mouths and shit, and they never want to listen. I tried to educate the Israelite, the Solomon, the dick sucker. I tried to educate the sucker. He don't even know what he's talking about. And this is what I'm saying, people. This is exactly what I'd be saying. This is why these suckers never want to challenge me and stuff because see, by me not being on the panel and me sitting up here and trying to educate the sucker, I told Brazy, I said, share the live, man. Share the video so I can educate the sucker. He refused to do it. He refused to do it. Because I have already shown you people many times over. Many times over. I'm showing you the girl who played Kanika. He don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I've shown you guys. I've shown you guys the girl who played her. I've shown you the video over and over again. And in the video of her being in the room, and then the video of the video of her and Monifa in the car. But see, instead of just doing what I asked and just going ahead and play the video and things, now he wants to try to speak to some things and try to tell me what I don't know. And see, this is why I don't entertain suckers. This is why they didn't have me back up on the live and stuff because they couldn't compete with what I was saying. It's all the time. Well, let me go ahead and let me say what I need to say. Let me do this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. Thinking that all what they're saying is all facts and shit like that and stuff. All I said was just go ahead and play the video so he can understand where I'm coming from. Well, let's listen to what the dick sucker has to say, peoples.
Rico dropped off again, Brazy.
No, I'm here.
I
Oh,
wanna
okay.
I'm right here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I could hear you. Mr. Edward wants to know about the girl in the
That was
Okay.
Kanika that was in that mirror. People confused because the video made it seem like
This
that
look, this is what I'm
things
saying,
was
right? I
different.
want to let I want what I'm asking is this, Aaron in the chat. I want you to come back up here and I want you to politic, but can we not get into it? Can we not y'all go back and forth? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Grant, I seen your comment. You
I mean, I know
said that
Rico, you
Monifa
ain't
boyfriend
trying
was
to go back and forth.
Tolliver.
All right?
I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm not gonna even say nothing to that dude. But I was responding to Grit. I do know Monifa X was Tolliver Herman, and it's crazy because I knew him.
right.
So what was up with Tolliver then?
They said that
Because
Tolliver was
he
there.
put on a whole little show like he was running away and he was taunting the case and all. So he showed up to the hotel.
That's what they say. People say he was there. I believe Deontay told me he was there
That
too.
I mean, that makes a difference because.
All right, I'm coming back up.
Now,
So
Rico.
look. The Deontay is the guy.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
yeah, that's
Rico did a live with him.
and I know I knew him
Hold
during
on.
that.
Eric, drop back down real quick. Because this I see what it's doing. It's drop back down. it seemed like as soon as air was just trying to come up, I said let them in, but it seemed like it started lagging even more. So that's why I was doing us the three and bringing people up. You know what I'm saying? So we can go like that instead of everybody being on the screen. I don't know what the hell going on.
Right. I can drop down.
Not
Rico,
to fix that,
thank you
but
so much
yeah,
for answering some of
the
my
Tolliver
questions.
dudes.
I'm gonna drop down Brazy so Edward could come back up. But I just wanted to thank Rico for answering some of my questions. You did good, Rico. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks for your respect. I really appreciate you.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I'm gonna be in the chat for a little while longer, Brazy.
Rico, you in here with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Girl out.
I ain't gonna cap, bro. I know how Tolliver ass get down. A lot of people was telling me how his ass get down, and he one of those where he, anything is possible with dude, bro. It's just the fact that, like
And
I
then he
said,
was
like
never
you said,
questioning no shit.
right afterwards, the shit he was saying was just insane. That's why I was like, bro, it's more to what Monifa know than what motherfuckers is saying.
But see, let's think about it too. You remember back then, 2017, around them times, motherfuckers was bragging online about how they was doing shit.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Dude is one of those.
Before motherfuckers start getting it.
Definitely one of those.
Yeah, you can tell on his Facebook page. He keep a, you know what I'm saying? He keep an extendo on him. He keeps some shit going on. My thing was, even when it come down to him, you know what I'm saying? Like, you start talking shit right after the case. You know what I'm saying? You was making all these funny little jokes and talking about how you done left, town and all this shit. But then it make me wonder, like, you was Monifa. I mean, Monifa, that's your little chick. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, didn't he mention
Shit,
something about?
let's make it make sense. Like,
didn't he say on
so the
one of
whole
his lives
story
too about a dead girl in the freezer or some shit? Who the fuck was that said something about dead girl in the freezer on one of their lives? I think it was Tolliver ass that did that shit.
You had the guy. Okay, Air backstage. Give me 1 minute, Air. I'm gonna let you right in here. So look, right. So the story, one of the narratives, let's just say, supposed to have been Kenny had did something to Tolliver friend, his best friend, right? Now you got them showing up to the, you got this girl guy, Monifa guy showing up to the party with his homies, which one of his homies is the brother of the person who you know what I'm saying, who you know what I'm saying, who got up out the way. And that was the person who Kenny supposed to have did, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, how would you leave your girl with these guys if that's the case? You know what I'm saying? If that's the case, if that's what happened. Because it's like, it throw me off because, bro, how Monifa still in the hood? How's she still in the hood, Rico?
I feel like the reason why she's still in the hood, bro, is because motherfuckers respect the fact that she was Kanika's friend. But let's just say if Kenny would have got a hold of Monifa, how would Kenny, how do he actually feel about Monifa? Because after the
Man,
when Kanika, passed away and stuff like that, she don't go around them. And the only time she do come around is when they
it's just
celebrating something for Kanika. So who want to start something if they are meant to be there to celebrate something for Kanika? Mama Teresa ain't gonna allow that.
but
So out of the respect for Mama Teresa,
what I'm
nobody
saying is,
ain't did nothing to her.
but then you gotta understand, out of respect for Mama Teresa, ain't nobody did none to her, right?
Right.
Right. So let's make this make sense, right? Let's make this make sense. Ain't nobody touching Monifa in the hood, but the people at the hotel say she the last person that came out the room with her, right?
Right.
Now, if I know clear as day, motherfuckers would have got on her ass if they felt like she did something to that girl. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers would have got on her ass. So, with that being said, if ain't nobody touching Monifa and she going to the grave site every year, this girl's birthday, she was just there about 2 weeks ago at Kanika's birthday, putting shit out there. You know what I'm saying? If ain't nobody touching Monifa and Teresa standing on Monifa's side, including Lenora, you know what I'm saying? Let's make this make sense. Monifa had to know whatever the conversation was at Lenora house when they got their hair done. Whoever numbers 3 and 4 in that phone, when Monifa said, I ain't got to tell y'all nothing, I told her mama everything. That make all the sense in the world. Because at the end of the day, that's why they ain't fucking with her. So that make me wonder about the text, the 130, you know what I'm saying? You know, it was a question about, you know what I'm saying, why did your sister text you this and this? And she said no, and you know, all these sister text you this and this, and she said no, and you know, all these crazy text messages come out, motherfuckers dig little, all this extra shit, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers ready to go. It's like that shit, come on, man. Come on. Like all this texting going on, somebody knew something. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, look, for you to direct the cops, and this is in the case file, for you to direct the cops to certain people in someone's phone, you know what I'm saying? That
Right.
means you sending them to look for them. You sending them to look for them, bro. You see, hey, it's like you didn't look past guys. You ain't even told you ain't even made no statements about the guys. You sat back and said, look into that phone and look at number contacts 3 and 4. They contact 3 and 4, and they come back to this dude. They show him, you know what I'm saying? Somebody she don't even look like she'd be with. So it make me question, you know, what's this text that we hiding? And Lenora, for you to point them out to 3 and 4, I'm pretty sure you just don't know them as 3 and 4 in the contact list. So who are they? You know what I'm saying? See, whatever played out with this girl, to me, how I feel like she sat back and left out that room, Monifa, and possibly got up with contact 3 or 4, whoever the dude was they contacted. You know what I'm saying? And some fella to play. Did Fran see y'all as he was coming up and seeing y'all with this man or seeing her with this man, all this shit? You know what I'm saying? Did Fran see that? Shit, Monifa, was it you that got with him and went to a stairwell while Kanika was still standing there and France caught y'all and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
This shit right here is crazy, man. After all these years, that's why that's why I did this on this segment of Brazy After Dark. You know what I'm saying? Talking about years later. We just talk about this shit. You know what I'm saying? All the crazy things that went on within this case. And she still won. I congratulate her. She still won. And I think she still won because Monifa told her what the fuck it was. You know what I'm saying? This could have been a situation where this girl got out with this man and he left her with friends. You know what I'm saying? He could have gave her to friends. When it's all said and done, shit, whatever that conversation was at Lenore House, they know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on. That's why Monifa ain't get her head bashed in, her ears stumped together. You see what I'm saying? They know what's going on. How long? I mean, when y'all was doing the did you ever know anything about they had Kanika phone? Like, why they had Kanika phone for so long before they gave it back to the police? Because I think they wanted the phone, right? They subpoenaed the phone or some shit. I don't know if you knew about that.
I think they did, sir. I think I did hear about them subpoenaing the phone, but I think they got the phone to look at the calls, messages, like how you was explaining it, and that's why I assume
That's what they was looking at.
It's just hard for me to believe that.
Okay.
I feel like the contact 3 and 4 was somebody who was probably in tour with somebody at that point. At this point, I don't know. My opinion gonna stay the same though about Monifa.
No, I mean, hold on. They say I'm lagging. Hold on. No, I hear you on that. It's like I just say that because you know what I'm saying. When you sit back and you reading over shit, and I know a lot of that shit that they had in that case file is bullshit. But when it come down to Teresa winning this case, and that was put in that case file, you know what I'm saying? That just made me wonder, like, damn, you know what I mean? Who was them? And then it made me wonder what made motherfuckers didn't want nobody to see. You know what I'm saying? I mean, period. Like, and then when the people set back the news, people looked at her act. Oh, okay. She said, "Motherfucker had that friend phone because it wasn't her." Okay. Oh. So then it's like it's crazy because you know you look at it like that, but then when you look at the fact that Monifa stood solid, like it's a difference when you standing solid, and you know some people that did some wild shit, and you just trying to protect them. But it's like she stood firm, like she knew like she said. I told her mom, know what happened. I ain't got to tell y'all shit. She said that. She did say that. I just know coming from out west, bro, if the way that shit played out, you know what I'm saying? If she, you know what I'm saying, motherfuckers would have got her with a quick, bro. You know that. I'm saying motherfuckers would got, I mean, quick.
I'm still trying to figure out why she say I should never left her there.
And that's what make me feel like, did you leave her with France while you took care of some business real quick? You know what I'm saying? Did you leave her right there with him? Because one thing she did say is this. She said, I ain't blame none of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I blame the hotel when everybody was trying to blame her. She said, y'all blaming me. I ain't blame this person. I ain't blame that person. I strictly blame the hotel. So that make me feel like, and then the case, you know what I'm saying? This shit was revolved around France Cave. You know what I'm saying? The security guard from day one, everybody's pointed out France Cave.
I feel like Buddy, who was in that video when motherfucker said, what you do to Kanika, he was like, something about we took her soul. He cool with Tolliver Herman. So like I said, it's like it's like this. Them, man, bro, them niggas, man, I'm telling you.
Well, then if that's the case, then that ties back to the housekeeper. Because if we're gonna talk about if we're gonna look at it like that, that means the same housekeeper that was sitting back telling the whole story with the girl on the elevator that they got he did a live about that shit. It's on YouTube. Anybody want to pull it up? Just look up housekeeper tells what happened to Kanika Jenkins. This fool, he's so stupid. He sit here and tell it all, and the way he tell it, just y'all look, just listen to how he tell it. You know what I'm saying? He tell a whole story like, man, like a nigga that was there. You know what I'm saying? Well, like somebody just told him firsthand, but he told it like he was there. But one thing he did say that stood out was, I'm the only black person here. You know, the police questioned him, and this is also in the case file for those who don't know. The police questioned him and asked him, did your brother ever date Kanika? You know what I'm saying? First they asked him, did he have a brother? And then they asked him, did his brother ever date Kanika? You know? And I'm like, why would they ask him that? You know what I'm saying? Am I still lagging? What's what? Okay. Rico, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
So this dude, Atwood taking up for Monifa so bad, bro. He missing the point that Monifa is supposed to be Kanika's best friend. So whatever happened to her, yes, everybody is gonna look at her the wrong way. This is Chicago. This your best friend. Why did you leave her? This your best friend. Why didn't you just leave with her?
But that still don't, to me, that still don't make no sense, because when you look at it, it's like, okay, you sat back and you saying that you left out with, you got Shemaya saying that I go out there. Obviously Monifa out there with her, because you said Monifa came back in behind you. But Monifa came right back in and said that shit, Kanika missing. So how you, it's like, I can understand if you came in to see what Shemaya was doing and then turned around and went back out there and said, oh, Kanika missing. But no, you came in there. You came right in behind Shemaya and said Kanika missing. How was she missing that quick? You know what I'm saying? It always made me wonder, what was Monifa feelings being at that party, knowing that you wasn't invited, but you still showed up anyway with Kanika. You know what I'm saying? What was the vibe in the room with her? But then when you see the videos, she all on Shemaya. I mean, she all on Irene. They cool. You know what I'm saying? They cool with each other in the video. So what was the play? You just said you don't want her to be here, but y'all in here, motherfucker, like y'all besties.
That's why I feel like it was a setup. Hold on real quick. What the fuck?
All right. Like shit. She said she couldn't come. So that means you just took it on your own initiative to come anyway, not thinking about getting into it with a bunch of females, or you know what I'm saying? You at a pole party, motherfuckers drunk, high, or make her, or tell her she gotta go. But shit, when you sit back and look at the Irene video, shit, they cool. She bumping. Let me who you talking to, girl. All that extra shit. So you know what's really good? What's going on? And then the killer part is you got Peasy turn around and he on the live with Irene. I mean with Monifa, and he on the live with Monifa taking up for her so strong. It's like, damn, y'all all was friends. Like, did y'all? I mean, So I don't know. I'm trying to see something, man. I'm trying to see
All
if
the
I can
hoes are
make this
supposed to
video
be
shit
cool
work
with each
real
other.
quick.
But
Fuck
I'm
it.
gonna go off of what Irene said about the damn broad, because Irene know more about them than what we know about them. And Irene said that Monifa was a
But can we
back door
trust?
bitch
Can we
and she
trust?
got her
Can we
friend
trust
killed.
Irene?
I mean, she got a tour with her, so when you a tour with a person, you gonna tell the truth about them.
Right.
These little hoes young. They was young back then. So you know if they got a tour with each other, they was gonna be thirsty to tell each other little secrets. Cause there was a video going around of Monifa sucking dick. She was talking about how Monifa was suck dick, all type of shit. And she said she a backdoor bitch and that,
That's crazy.
she got her friend killed. Down Latoya from out
Uh,
west, I'm from out west. West side.
let me see. Trying to put this screen up here real quick. I want to see some shit. Man, shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here with me. You feel me? Everybody watching, man. Y'all know what's going on, man. It's Brazy After Dark, man. Y'all still come up here and talk the shit. Tell you that. You know, it's just shit. I'm just trying to get a better understanding because it's like these, we these cases right here. It's like the Jelani Day case. You know what I'm saying? Some crazy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this man just come up missing. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking, they find his body in some goddamn water, like tore up from everywhere, body ripped apart. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody know nothing. Still no justice for it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, Kanika case remind me of Mahogany, the Mahogany Jackson story. That shit. You know, it's just that with her case, you was able to see what happened. You know what I'm saying? Did you see that shit, Rico? The Mahogany Jackson situation?
Are you talking about with the friends setting up that girl in Mexico?
No. The girl, I think they was in Alabama. And they sat back and got her drunk, had her come over and kick it like they all partying, got her drunk, and put the gun. They did a real dirty, but the only thing with that was they recorded it. Everybody recorded it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what got them booked because they turned around and recorded it and put it for everybody to see. So they was bogus from the gate. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what's going on. Cause I really don't I really don't understand. Like these motherfuckers, the hotel just took a lick for a meal and for a millie. Y'all did something wrong.
Yo,
Yo,
yeah, you still in here, bro?
yep.
Yeah, man. No, but I don't know, man. This case so jinky, man. It's crazy. I sit back and I try to figure this shit out. It ain't really nothing to figure out no more. It's plain and simple when you look into the details of it. You know what I'm saying? You get caught up in it on some damn. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, the sister said this and oh this person with this and that. But then it's like you see, they don't give you no details on the security guard. They don't give you no details on the housekeeper they question. You know what I'm saying? They don't they keep out major key points, you know what I'm saying, of people who said certain things. And then it's like to this day, we don't know what his housekeeper at. You know what I'm saying? We don't know where he at. We don't know if this man exists. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never had no, we ain't seen no social media. You have certain people that try to say he was somebody, but we all knew, you know, that wasn't it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shit crazy. Yeah, that Mahogany Jackson case was crazy, bro. You say you ain't never see that? I'm sitting here looking at the comments and shit. Where we at with it? Rico,
Yeah, I'm here.
what you doing? I forgot. I don't know why I keep thinking. I keep forgetting your ass at work. You have to
I'm
break out today.
listening to this radio.
Yeah.
I heard my station at the moment.
So now, with all that been said, you know what I'm saying. I ain't gonna keep y'all too long. You know what I'm saying. We've been talking our shit for a minute, and I know anytime I need my boy Rico to come through and fuck with me, you know what I'm saying. We're gonna do that. I was waiting on Clark to show up because shit he supposed to came through. You know what I'm saying. So I know he gonna probably hit me up, tell me some shit happened. You know what I'm saying. So it's all good on that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. This Chicago, man, shit go down, how it go down, you know. It's so many things, you know. Look at how these cases just went. Look how it seemed like ever since that shit with FBG Duck, that shit just opened up the door for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like the way them boys did that shit, man, that shit opened up the door for niggas to do like the feds, all that shit. Like they pop in every case that didn't happen in this motherfucker. Rico, you got people in the chat that want to ask you a question. Who is that? Greg Ryan. What's your question? I'm sitting up here chilling. I'm reading the chats, man. I'm just going. I'm checking y'all out, man. There's some shit going on. You say you can't hear me? No, P Rico at work, so he be having to mute his mic. You know what I'm saying? He be having to mute his mic and shit because he at work and shit. His background loud. So anytime he go off of the live, that's because he's either talking on that walkie talkie or shit is loud in his background. No, I think shit. I think the hotel. I think shit. The housekeeper. I think shit. The housekeeper was a part of the guys that came in. The last group of guys that came in. I think they was a part of that shit. I think at the end of the day, between the housekeeper and you got France Cave, you know what I'm saying? Shit, that played a part. Between the housekeeper and France Cave, I believe that shit played a part. And that's why I believe you seen Resco um, talking to the housekeeper that morning. You know what I'm saying? That Friday morning when he came to work. Or was that Saturday morning when he came to work?
Grit, that's kind of a difficult question to answer. I just feel like the hotel covered up what really happened to Kanika. That's what I'm gonna say.
Shit. So Chris say what? Yeah. I mean, I know that we definitely know they covered it up. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? We know they covered shit up. It's just y'all went to the extent to do that, and that was for a reason. You know what I'm saying? To sit back and go through that whole extent, you know what I'm saying? That whole little process of even just sitting here going through all that shit. Y'all did that for a hell of a reason. You know what I'm saying? I truly believe. For real. And have to still come up out of some money. Man, look.
Look, anything about money in a multi-billion-dollar corporation, what you think that billionaire gonna do? And the people who the billionaire hired, they gonna cover their ass.
Shit, they turned around and made it what shit. What they put the NDAs on motherfuckers, the non-disclosure agreement. They did all that shit.
Me, that's what I'm saying. But we gotta look at it that way. This is a foundation. It's always something to do with money.
Yeah, that shit crazy. They definitely covered their ass though. But shit, they still lost. So shit,
Hey,
that didn't mean
hey, what did the devil do? The greatest trick the devil ever performed on us all was to make us believe he didn't exist.
hmm. Let me see what's going on.
What the hell is that noise?
I don't know what happened. I think their mic went out or something. I know we're still live and things. We're gonna do a part 2 to this, peoples. We're gonna do a part 2 to this because it's 11 o'clock. I gotta get up in the morning.
Oh shit! I didn't even know my mic was muted the whole time. I'm sitting up here talking. Can y'all hear me, man? Well, if y'all in here with me, y'all can hear me. Like I said, we ain't gonna talk it off all night. You know what I'm saying? This was a good live. You know, I feel like my boy Rico is always a blessing. You know what I'm saying, for you to come holler at me. You know what I'm saying, to see what's going on. You know, shit. I salute everybody that came up on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Edward Joseph. Fresh Source, Cooking with D. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all subscribe to them channels too. You know, cause shit, we definitely all talking and we got something to say. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the chat, everybody in here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the mods, my new mods. Y'all know how we do. We're gonna keep doing this. Get this shit together. Rico, I know you at work, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably gonna hit you up after we talk our shit on here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're gonna have to politic, man. A little more. I want you to check out a video that I put together too, because he got a few things you probably look at and be like, damn. But like I say, once again, when it come to you, I hold
Hold on real quick, Brazy.
all right.
Okay, and I think on that note, peoples, I think we're going to get out of here. We're at the 4:49 mark and things. And it's been a good live. It's been a good live. It's been good to going back and going and refresh ourselves and stuff upon some things that was happening back in the day and things. This is how we used to politic and stuff. That's how we do it. And there ain't no love lost, peoples. We just sit here, we just shoot our shot and stuff. So some people, go ahead and take it personal and things. And ain't no need in taking things personal because what's to get personal behind anything and stuff. It's no need to get personal, peoples. All you do is just come in, shoot your shot, say what you need to say, and then just move on. You know, and that's how I do it. So I don't get personal, peoples. I just come and say what I need to say and stuff. So if that ruffles people's feathers, well, then hey, I can't help that because at the end of the day, you know, I'm always going to be here to shoot my shot and say what I need to say. So I wanted to go ahead and pull out I wanted to come in and pull out a live and things, bring it back from days old and whatnot. You know, and that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I did and things, And so there's going to be more lives like this, peoples, because shit, this is how we used to politic and stuff. But now today we don't politic like this, not how we used to and stuff, because everybody got comfortable with everybody and stuff, and people don't want to piss people off. Well, I don't care who I piss off. I'm always going to be here to talk my shit. That's just it. Regardless of whatever topic it may be and stuff, just get on here and talk my shit. So it's going to be some upgrades to the channel, peoples and stuff. I'm getting ready to do something new and something different and stuff, and I'm going to start my podcast back up again and whatnot. And so I'm debating on if I should bring my friend on because she's very controversial, so we always get into it. And I know you guys are gonna love that. We always get into it in things and stuff. So but she's a smart little cookie And I don't know. I don't know. I'm still thinking about bringing her on and stuff because I was up on she does a live too, and I was up on her channel, and I mean when I got on there, boy, her numbers just went astronomical. She went viral. It was like, who is that guy that was on your live and stuff? But see, it got real heated because she kind of knows how to get under my skin and antagonize me and things. And we got on the topic and whatnot, and well, I just was real with the people and things, and just had to tell the people how I felt and stuff. And it kind of rubbed her the wrong way. She rubbed me the wrong way, and so it was on. I mean, it was on, man, and everybody was coming in. They was chiming in and stuff, and a lot of people took my side. She didn't like that, and a lot of people took her side, which I really didn't care, But and so it was a battle of the beast and things. So I don't want to come and try to be all controversial and shit and stuff, but sometimes you just have to stand up for what you believe, peoples. And whatever, and I do that all the time. I'll always stand up for what I believe, regardless of what the people say. But see, my thing is just be like this: be fair and be real. Don't overtalk me. Let me say what I need to say and stuff. And then if you got any questions, let me prove to you. You know, I mean, it's one thing to talk about shit and talk about me and stuff, and say all this and that and the other. But now when we get to that point, just shut the fuck up and let me prove to you what I'm saying. And then after I do that, then come and talk your shit. But don't talk your shit and you don't allow me to even say what I need to say or even prove to you what I'm trying to convey. That is a sucker move. You know what I'm saying, peoples? That is a sucker move. Now, I've always stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe in things. And I don't have a problem showing the people what my stance is. And I can always back it up. And that's the thing that many people who talk about this case can't do. They get all into their feelings and then they come and divert and they say this and that and the other. But at the end of the day, what is it that you really can prove to the people? And see, this is why I go live and they don't. Because see, it's one thing to go and talk your shit behind the scenes, but talk your shit and go live. Talk your shit and go live. That's the true test right there. That's the true test to see where you're at and what you do. Now, a lot of people used to talk about this case. Now they don't talk about it no more. But a lot of people are still interested in it. That's why I play back a lot of the old lives and stuff, because until I can find the time to really get in here and, stay live and talk with you and stuff and, walk this shit down, then that's what I do. But I'll be off for the rest of this week all the way until Tuesday. So, yeah, I'll be here and I'll be talking with you guys and stuff, So that's what I'm going to do. I just dropped my son off for this week. I had him all the last week and stuff, all the way up until today. And so he enjoyed himself. He loves his papa, I said, I'm going to have to take you home. He just laid in the bed like I didn't say nothing. And I knew he wanted to stay, but I didn't want to hear his mama's mouth. So I told him, no, you have to get up and go in there, get your shower and stuff, and get yourself ready so I can take you home. So, I don't get into it with your mama. I said, you'll be back next week. But see, that's what it's like, peoples, When you have a son, and your son loves you that much to where I'm saying I'm going to take you home, and he still lays there playing like he's asleep. So before he went home, I cooked him my famous fried chicken, crispy chicken. I mean, seasoned to perfection, and got that nice little crust on there and stuff. It was golden brown. Oh my God, boy! And he sat up there and he had his little hot sauce and macaroni and cheese and yams and salad with a tall glass of water, and he washed it down and he ate until his little belly was content. And so that's what you do, peoples. So happy Father's Day to all the wannabe fathers. Happy Father's Day to the real fathers. And happy Father's Day to all the soon to be fathers. You know, my thing is, if you're going to be in the game, you can't be shamed, people. You got to take care of your kids. I don't care what. No excuses. No excuses. You know, you laid down, you had a child, you take care of your child. No excuses whatsoever. Now, see, I fought to get joint custody for my kids, all of them. And I got joint custody of him, full joint custody, both legal and physical. I did that because I wasn't going to have nobody dictate to me what I can do with my child. And I did that. And so no more child support, no more nothing now. That's what it is, peoples. Take care of your responsibility, you know, because you only live once and only you have one time to do it. And so then when you get old, your kids will not depart from the teaching and instruction that you have instilled in their lives. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, this was Edward Joseph Talk Your Shit tonight. And I talked my shit. And if it pissed people off, oh hell to the well, you know? Oh hell to the well, you know? I talked my shit tonight. And that's what I needed to do, people. Is talk my shit tonight. Mariah Lavender said, my youngest granddaughter graduated last week, and I'm happy. I got 2 more to go. Well, hang in there, man. Hang in there, you know, and don't rush it. Don't rush it. My son, he's going to be 12 in next month. Next month, he's going to be 12. So a month and a few more days, he's going to be 12. So time is flying by. Soon he's going to be driving and everything, and you know. But that's okay, you know. That's okay. Yeah, have a brand spanking new car to drive and things, and take his little girlfriend around and stuff, and do what he do, you know. All right, peoples. This was a beautiful live. It's the 5 o'clock hour. I'm getting out of here. It's 11 o'clock, 11:30. I got to go to work tomorrow for the final day for almost a week. And then I'll be here, you know, shooting my shot, talking about some shit and pissing people off, which I frankly don't even care. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I am Edward Joseph, and I'm always going to be here to shoot my shot, whether you like it or not. And so, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I'll be back and I'll see you guys soon. Is that all right? You guys go like, subscribe to my channel. Go like and subscribe to Brazy Certified World Media's channel and Fresh Source, our Cooking with D. Y'all go ahead and y'all like and y'all subscribe to their channel, and then y'all go over there and y'all watch their videos as well and show them some love and stuff. It's all about love, people. It's all about love and support. We're not always here at each other. You know what I'm saying? We're not. You just got to learn how to politic and not take it personal. I don't. I just like First Source said, I'm a little animated. But this is just a way to bring the people in. And my thing is, if you can't handle me, well, then you can't handle any other channel on here. Because if I piss you off, man, you too sensitive. And if you that sensitive, well, then you don't even need to be in this channel. Because I'm just going to keep it real 100. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit with nobody. I'm just going to tell you how I feel, and I'm just going to keep pushing. Because I'm always going to be here to talk your shit. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.